This is for all you multi-talented, multitasking, multi-everything people out there. Take it away.
Find your glory, write your story, fearless feet will carry you. Time you own it, take your moment, be a fire burning through. Hustling from night until morning, grinding it out, it won't be long. Feel your power, it's your hour, you inspire, you are strong.
Enjoy your Zoa. No applause? You're all fired.
Now that you've reached the stage in your life where quality television is important, Nubian TV is a Black network that speaks to your lifestyle. Nubian TV is the world's first digital network devoted to the upscale and political lifestyles of Black people. Nubian TV's programming includes politics, travel, fashion, food, automotive, arts and culture, civil rights, music, and more. Watch now on Amazon Fire TV, Roku, or watch globally at nubiantv.net. Nubian TV, it's what you want to watch.
On the Never Ever Mets reunion, we'll find out if the couples who lasted are still going strong and if the others are looking for closure. There was a lot of secrets in this house.
Clay, is that sweat on your brow?
Wow. That's the gaslighting part.
That is gaslighting.
Mind your business.
He slapped me in the ass so hard, my teeth stick together.
You didn't say, oh, I like that, that feel good?
You are a soul that I would love to keep in my life.
Well, thank God we ain't got to keep your soul in our life, child. What is going on with y'all people on this good old Saturday? Welcome in to another edition of the Never Ever Mets After Show. This is the Never Ever Mets Season 2 Reunion After Show. You know, I just got a feeling that this wasn't all that was talked about. I don't know, far be it from me to give my media opinion, you know, but just, Gigi, what you think on that? Because it gave something, but it didn't give everything.
Right. So we had already talked about there needing to be a 2-part live reunion, and this is why. Because you leave out so much when you just do it in just a quick, it's like a little quick recap that they did. Yep. This season deserved to be longer. There needed to be more, and I feel like when it comes to talking about what happened in the house and actually like the couples individually, I felt like there should have been more time taken for them individually so that they could actually speak on what really went on and how they felt.
No, absolutely.
I felt like it was rushed, and she just, you know, she asked like a little basic question, you know, for all of them. What did you expect? What did you get? You know, but I feel like there should have been more. Like there was so much more to this season, and I feel like the reunion should have given more to.
Well, absolutely. And with all that being said, let's give more to this reunion. Higher is Wayne, low is available, but either way, we are live on tour, everybody. Welcome in. Glad to have all you here. I am Braylon Lee. That is the beautifully gifted TG9 here. And we are live on tour to talk about this reunion. Child, we I think it was what? Season 2, episode 8 after show, Gigi, if I'm not mistaken, when we got into what Taronda's reunion host strategy should be. And what did I say on that show? Specifically about which Taronda we need for this reunion.
Yeah, you definitely said we need that, you know, that Chicago style. We need that real Taronda.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that thorough Taronda.
Yes.
Which I feel like we semi got, but we didn't.
Yeah, it was glimpses here and there for sure.
And there were parts where, listen, I respect Taronda's hosting style,
Yes.
And I know sometimes she has to work with what she's given too. But there were times where I was like, Taronda, you're wrong, girl. You're wrong.
Yeah.
And we'll get into it because starting off top with Alicia.
Ooh,
that she set the stage. Okay. She said it.
She absolutely did. So for everybody who you watch the episode, we start off with everybody, Lati Dati and everybody here, and they come into it looks like a house off the ocean. But ladies and gentlemen, I want you to know that this was a set. Okay, I listen. It looks like a set. Damn it. Okay, I'm just listen. Now they did have a foyer, right? But we also know in the world of television that there are foyers that, of course, when you look up, there's no ceiling, right, for the lights and stuff. But this definitely felt like a set. What did you think about that? Because it seemed like they were coming to Taronda's home. I mean, we didn't get no context of where the hell were we, but
yeah, it's definitely a set, it looks like, but I just listen, we're in season 2. Okay, we're gonna give them, love, grace, and space.
Yes.
As my brother Braylon says all the time, you gotta give love, grace, and space.
Yes. Yeah,
but
this is.
Since there was no reunion for season 1,
yep,
and with the way season 2 has played out, I feel we could have done better with the decor.
Just a little bit.
We could have did better with their.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. I was just saying we could have did better with the decor. We could have did better with the clothes that they were. Now the men, some of them were okay. Some of the women's dresses were okay, but I feel like wardrobe could have been better. Staging could have been better. But again, this is the first reunion. Even though we're in the second season, this is the first reunion. So they have to start somewhere. And from where they're starting, I'll say okay. I'll give it.
Yeah, I fully agree with you. When you watch The Housewives, for example, on Bravo, when you watch 90 Day Fiance. 90 Day Fiance usually has the same set because for those of you who may not know, there's these teams called set designers, right? And stagehands that they actually construct the sets. So when you turn on your TV, it's a completed set. But what you don't see was this was all flat. That blue wall behind Taronda had to be put up. The lights had to be put in. That art piece had to be put there. Tables had to be set there. The whole rug had to be on the ground. The couches had to be where they were. And then, of course, what you don't see is a 3-camera setup. Now, if you ever go to a news station, the 3-camera setup is this, and it's also for talk shows as well. Camera 2 is the wide shot on everybody. Camera 3 were on the gentlemen. Camera 1 was on the ladies. That's literally the setup of most studios. The only time it gets a little more complicated is if you have a jib camera, which shouts all the jib camera people, because that means you have a very heavy camera on your chest, which you have to have upper body strength for. That is that. Now that camera is more of the when you see a spontaneous zoom in, zoom out shot and all that. That's that. Of course, you have the big crane shot. Drones are being used more in live production. When Good Morning America went live from their new studio, they were on top of the roof, and a drone, zoomed out of that shot. So just a little behind the scenes there. But go ahead.
And just to add to what you're saying, when you said, the 3 cameras. So when you have your camera 1 and 3 on the male and female, that's when you also get your MCUs, which is like, your mid-range shots, your medium center, those close-ups that you're getting, those are from those 1 and 3 cameras, because those are the ones that are able to zoom in, zoom out, and actually kind of move frame if they need to. And as you said, that 2 is going to be that wide shot, so it's standard. It's just going to stay just how it is, so that you always have that frame.
Without question. Without question.
And shout out to the camera crew, because we will say,
oh yes,
they was doing good. Okay.
Oh, absolutely.
Camera crew did great.
Oh, absolutely. And Gigi is very interesting, beautiful, because before the fourth wall was broken, you did not know the behind the scenes as much as we did, because it was just for the insiders. But if you watch 90 Day Fiance, when someone comes on the set, they'll break that wall where you'll see the other side. So usually at a studio, there's like a control room, and control rooms have basically the same setup. It just depends on the event, right? So you have the main screen with all the camera, with the overlay of the land. Then you have, your specialty cameras. Then you got your teleprompter screen. Then you have the person that sit at the audio board. It's a lot going on, but also too, what you don't see is the on-set control room, and that is usually a playback monitor. There's usually PA, production assistants, and a little bit of everything there as well. So yeah. And I would just like to know, Gigi, what the on-set production team's faces were looking like in the midst of this reunion, because we saw a full hour. They probably
I'm
were
gonna say
6 hours.
They definitely had to be. I mean, because when you're the on-set production and even in the control room, you have to make sure that you are in constant communication. You have to make sure you're listening to the controls that are called. If we're having to do, a lower third, you better make sure that you know what to put in there. You better, just like when they had the questions and, they have the questions pop up, you better make sure you got that timed right. Everything has to be right. If there's music involved, when the commercials come in, when they go out, who to be, who we're going to do a zoom in, zoom out. Communication has to be tight. So I feel like they were probably standing there like, listen, we don't know what the fuck is going on right now, but we are going to do this shit, okay?
Facts on facts on facts. So that is the opening of the show, and a little bit more behind the scenes than you usually get. Now, this is not to say that other channels don't know the behind the scenes, but also too, most of the time with these review shows, they're not supposed to know. You know what I mean? But we always give context, conjecture, and connection, because if you understand the moves that are happening around you, you'll understand what you're seeing in front of you. So with that being said, let's get to this, because Lord Jesus, like you said, Queen, Irvin and Alicia, they came in hot. I mean, hot. Oh, we got it. Give me some hot chocolate, in the words of that conductor from the Polar Express. But I have a feeling, Gigi, that there's a warmer sense of love on the Polar Express than the polarity on that set. So, by the way, everybody, this is the first time that they've seen everyone within 6 months. Now, I do have some intel here from one of our sources here. Okay, so I'm just gonna pull this up. Now, this is alleged. Okay, I'm just gonna say that right now. This is alleged. Okay, pull this up. Tatiana has said publicly that the reunion was filmed when the first episode was dropped. I'm going to repeat that 2 more times. Tatiana has publicly said that the reunion was filmed when the first episode was dropped. Tatiana has publicly said that the reunion was filmed when the first episode was dropped. So, after that,
and I think we actually talked about that last week, about the timing of when they normally film the reunion. It's normally months after taping.
Yep.
And it's normally within the first 1 to like 4 episodes, they are already filming the reunion. Normally within the first 3, but sometimes they'll do it like within the 4th one. They've already had at least, if it's like more than one part, they'll have at least the first part done.
Yes. It's either within that range or episode 7 or 8. But when I heard that, I'm just like, wait a minute. After the first episode dropped, y'all taped the reunion? So
so how are y'all reacting?
All of the 9 episodes.
Right. How did that work?
Something is not sweet in the pineapple Dole Whip. Okay, just gonna keep it a buck. Go ahead, GP.
But yeah, because from a production standpoint, what my head is itching because I am okay. So I'm trying to think about this in the most logical way and how. Okay, so this is the only thing that I can really think of is, so even though filming was done,
right,
when the first episode dropped, they probably had already been doing, well, one, they'd already had their confessionals done. So when they did the reunion during episode 1, they most likely had already shown them the clips of their confessionals, their confessions, or brought up certain questions. And that could be also why we see when Taronda starts asking them new questions.
Yes.
About things like, and it's so crazy. Braylon, did you hear the question that was asked? I know you did. Because it's a question that you have asked and said that you would want to know. Matter of fact, we both agreed on it when they asked about if you could have switched with someone in the house.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So questions like that, I feel like that's the reason why the reunion and the questions were asked the way they were and how it was filmed. It makes sense now because they did not see the full. They didn't see everything.
You know what? It's interesting that you say that, Beautiful, because yes, we did talk about that. Because remember when Josh was here for last week's after show, and he talked about how, I think it was somebody within the first season house, right? That they almost somewhat. And it wasn't the threesome, y'all, from season 1, but it was something to that degree. But yes, I did say that of could a person in the house, a man, if he didn't like his partner and the woman didn't like their partner, could they actually swap? And shout out to Talk to Solana, because she uploaded something that we're gonna get to a little bit later. Child, let me tell you something. Social media is supposed to be a compliment to these reality shows, but sometimes social media is the cutting room floor. Sincerely. But yeah, I thought that question was very interesting, Gigi, when I saw that. I'm just like, did y'all listen to our review? Like, I mean, listen. But this was after the first episode aired, so it was like we didn't even really get into that question until the tail end, GG, of the season. But still, I mean,
I think honestly I think we were in the middle, because at that point, so much shit had come out. There had been so many secrets and lies and betrayals that we were just like, at this point, can you switch? Like, how would that happen? So yeah, for that to come out, that definitely, I feel like I had to do somewhat with the way that they did do the reunion.
Yeah.
Now, no, they would not wait until the very end. So they either let them see the confessionals, not fully see the entire episode, you know, or the full season, but they just went off confessionals. And then that's why they added those extra questions to kind of like, you know, instead of really too much diving into what happened in the season, they just gave the little, what did you expect? Okay, this is what we've seen, these little clips. And then, okay, now we're going to ask you some things that happen on the outside. So,
this definitely felt more. And hey, Linnell Stiller, and who said that? 6 people that were here, 4 people here now. Thank you all for being here. This really did feel more like a recap than a reunion. Because like you said, the couple, and by the way, this is usually the standard format for reunions, right? Depending on the show. I think with Housewives, because the Housewives are so known, they can let go of this format of couple recap questions, but because this is a new cast, they don't have that social capital to just rest. So it did feel like more of a recap than a reunion for sure.
Yeah, definitely. So let's go ahead and open it up, because we started out on the reunion and Taronda gets into, you know, Irvin and Alicia, because they were the first to leave. They left early because of the different differences that they had within themselves that just caused the friction for them to even work as a couple.
And Irvin did say hi to Alicia. And
he
Lord
did.
Jesus.
And
Tried
he
to
did.
be simple.
Tried. Listen, and when I say, if y'all have followed us throughout this season, you know Alicia has caught a lot of shit. Yes. But you also know the way that she has been on the show made her very, very easy to dislike because of her attitude.
I'm trying to think of a good word. Now, you know, when it comes to the Bravo reunions, they will be up at 5 o'clock in the morning. And what do you need at 5 o'clock in the morning when you're doing a 5 or 6 or 12-hour day taping a reunion? 12 hours for a good day, 14 hours for a bad day. Oh, you need coffee, but what's the word? Combative. That's what I'm looking for. Yes, some combative coffee. Alicia probably took for sure. Just also with combative.
She definitely must have ordered her coffee from Jessica right before. She had a special blend.
Jeez.
And it's crazy because the comment that was said, basically, so Taronda was asking about the house and, you know, like how they felt. Like I said, she asked them all the same thing. What did you expect going in?
Yes.
What did you think?
Yes.
And of course it was going to be a difference between what her and Irvin both seen. Yes. Irvin was in. She definitely was not. And then, you know, the terminology that she used, telling him that she felt unsafe.
Right.
And Taronda asked, what did you mean by that?
Correct.
And
I want to add this context, and I'm going to throw it right back to you, beautiful. But this is the recap here, right? So they have this in picture, not platform, but this in picture scene, right? Or set in picture setup. That's what I'm going to say. After this recap was done, when Alicia said, "Thank you for peace," Irvin said, "Spare me." And Taronda said, "I need you to be a little bit more gracious here, Irvin." And, you know, Irvin said that, you know, you manipulated and gaslight me, and you should, I think people are supposed to bring happiness to my life. And, ooh, my Lord Jesus. Alicia said, I'm so sorry for you. And Ty and brand support Irvin and Gigi, I will throw it back over to you to finish up your part of the recap of this. And this was just,
yes, because when she was just like, oh, that's so unfortunate for you, when he was talking like, girl, that is so condescending. Why did you have to say that? And that's when the guys was like, listen, that's the gaslighting right there. Like, that's exactly what we're talking about. Like, that's what this man is saying right there. But she gave no fucks. Like, and for her to just be like, mind your business.
I'm like,
what?
And y'all, it wasn't even 5 minutes into the damn reunion. Like, literally, like, what, it seemed like the first minute. And the reason why I say this, y'all,
it was, listen, I'm right here at it. It was the first 4 minutes and 10 seconds.
There it is. And the reason why I say that, y'all, is to give you a perspective of a producer, right? If me and Gigi were producers on, the Never Ever Mets, right? And we were also we did the whole season. For you all, you're seeing it in full 60 minutes, 42 minutes without commercials, right? For y'all, it's that time. But for me and Gigi as producers, it's 10 minutes. And I say that because I remember when I was at TV2, my parents and everybody got to see a 30-minute newscast. But for me, it was at 10 minutes because there's so many things going on to keep up with production. So if you felt like, well, damn, that was pretty early, you had a whole experience to debrief from that. But for the producers on the set, they were like, oh, shit. Okay, well, we're off to the races. And I know Braylon's car has insurance, but I don't think the set has insurance. So back over to you, Gigi. What was
right?
the time again?
I will tell you what I learned. Honestly, 15 seconds is all you need. Like in production, like what I do, 15 seconds. Like my professors have told me, listen, 30 seconds. That is great. But 15 seconds, you have enough time to get out a full, you can have a full commercial 15 seconds. You can get out an announcement. You can get out an advertisement. You can get out anything. 15 seconds is all you really need. And she took that 15 seconds quickly.
Yes,
she was able to grab that. But this is something else, because after she said that, Tatiana was like, basically saying that you shouldn't look for someone else to make you happy.
Right.
Okay, that's right, and that's wrong too. Yeah. It's understandable, and then again, it's not right. For the simple fact of, yes, when you're solo and you're by yourself, of course, one, before you can love someone or make someone else happy, you have to make sure you can make yourself happy. That is very much true. But when you stop becoming a single person and you put yourself in a situation where you're with someone else, and now it's a you thing or a we thing, a us thing, you gotta get rid of that simple thought of, oh, well, I only have to make me happy, you have to make you happy, and that's it, because then it's not going to work.
Right. You have to go from me, myself, and I. That's all I got.
Right.
Mentality to a we mentality.
Exactly. So to say, you shouldn't look for someone else to make you happy, I'm sorry, but call it selfish, I don't care what you call it, but I want to make sure that my husband's happy.
Right.
Just as well as my husband wants to make sure that I'm happy. Now, is it, and when you love somebody, it's not like you're going out your way to do it. It's not like it's something that is such a job and it's just a burden and you're tired. If it's like that, then you're in a wrong situation. Because happiness is something that comes natural with love.
Absolutely.
So when you're really, really into your relationship and that's something that you really, really want, then all of those I don't want to say disbeliefs or all of those instances of individuality, they disappear.
Right.
But like I said, if it's something that you feel forced, then that's not the right situation for you. when you get to that point to where you know that you can, just wake up and you're just automatically happy because this person could have thought enough about you that they know that you like coffee in the morning because you have to get up 7:00 in the morning every morning, and they make sure that you got coffee.
Right.
Or I'm gonna tell you, this is something simple. I'm honestly, I'm a simple woman. I am so simple. And my husband knows that I'm simple. And that's what I love about him. Because he'd be like, babe, you want Jamba Juice? And I'm like, oh my God, you love me so much. Because you know I love Jamba. Like simple shit. You know what I'm saying? Like that's happiness to me. Because he knows that it makes me happy to get Jamba. Right. He knows it makes me happy when he feeds me. He's like, babe, you want to eat? What? You just love me so much. Because you just fed me. You know what I'm saying? So,
I feel
that individuality of that you can't make or expect a person to make you happy. That's bullshit when you're in a loving relationship.
Factual.
That's just my opinion.
And to that point, that's how, and it's interesting because I think this season, even though it's only the second season, I think it's been, hey, Justine Bell, welcome in, my friend, good to see you. I think it's been more of a open interpretation of questioning this season than the first season. Let me know if I'm wrong, Gigi, because those type of general questions have been more in this season than the first season, because when that scene happened in this reunion and Tatiana spoke, she was saying that from a general context, from you have to be for you, but then like you said, it goes in and out of this experience of, okay, the show is over but you're still a part of the show. So, and then of course, Jay, right, message wrong messenger, listen said that he didn't feel happy, but she didn't make it any better. I'm just like, Lord Jesus. Okay then. Well. What do you think about that, Gigi? That it's been more of a general basis of questioning and more general answers about relationships from a self point of view than a couple's point of view this season?
I feel like there was a lot of that. There was a lot of more individual thinking than from a couple's point of view. But we've seen that Urban and Alicia really wasn't on the same page anyways. And after Jay had said, basically like, hey, she wasn't basically giving him what he needed either, Alicia says, well, he shouldn't have been going to everybody else basically getting advice about what she should and shouldn't be doing.
And that was not the case at all.
And that definitely wasn't the case. But also when he comes and speaks to you or tries to talk to you about something, you brush him off and you would rather go do those things with someone else.
Correct.
Just like the whole yoga thing. He showed interest in doing yoga with you. But instead of her wanting to do yoga with him, she would rather go do it with Brandon. Every time he went to go communicate with her, it was always something else. Just like him saying, hey, I feel a certain way about something that you've said or what you've done, trying to be expressive and communicative. And her response to it is, you make me feel unsafe.
And
what is he supposed to do? No, I just want, what is he supposed to do in an instance like that? Like, is he not supposed to go speak to other people and see if maybe he is wrong?
Correct.
Because at that point, I mean, I would probably like, hey, like, am I wrong? Wait a minute. Let me go make sure I'm not, you know what I'm saying? Especially if you're trying to make a relationship work, sometimes you will go get a second opinion just to make sure.
Right. Absolutely. To use a scripture from the Bible, trust in the Lord with all your heart, lean not to your own understanding, in all your ways acknowledge him, that he will direct your path. Another moment from Alicia that was something, to say the least. That is an understatement. Now, you would think after gaslighting a man, right, on national television, because had it been a man gaslighting her, oh my God, DEFCON 0 would have been all over the place. But that was just part one of what the fuck happened. Then right after that, Irvin said that he wanted the best from Alicia. And then Alicia said, you know what? I am better than all of this. And Jay said, we heard. And there is a way that a man usually speaks to me, and the fact that I am gracing you with my presence. And this is the energy. And then she asked the ladies if I am wrong, and they said no.
Listen, I wanted to go through this damn. Listen, what? Yes. Hold on. I'm gonna say this. It is not wrong for you to want the best for yourself. There's nothing wrong with that. But when you are so conceited to the point to where you deceive yourself into thinking like, I graced you with my presence, honey, you could have left that at home then.
That part.
You and your presence could have stayed wrapped up. Don't nobody want your presence at all. Not a present from me for Christmas. Not a present you showing your face. Nothing, ma'am. No. Stay home. You should have called off. Matter of fact, we could have did a Zoom call with her.
That part. That part right there.
No, that right there, I felt like was so. That was girl. She was so wrong for that, and for the ladies to agree.
Yes, I'm just like, I mean, not to say this, but what were y'all cackling hens off of Family Feud? Good answer. Good answer. Good answer. And Taronda couldn't be Steve Harvey, but you damn well know that if you and I were co-hosting the reunion together, we'd be like, hold on one second. Question. All of us got bigger things to do, right? Yes. Okay. Second question, right? Do you give this same energy to other people in your life? And finally, if you that big and bad, why are you here? Let's all pause for a moment for Alicia to speak. What you trying to say, Brent? I ain't saying a damn word, but you say you better than this, but yet you're here. Do you give the same energy to other people? And honestly, last time I checked, I think Beyonce, if Beyonce came in the room, everybody would go over to her and leave you in the dust, sweetie. So what are we doing here? And then, of course, Alicia will try to use her black woman card, be like, Gigi, you hear Braylon disrespecting me? What? No, you
listen, I'm gonna say this. Everybody, you should, okay, your time is valuable. Anybody's time is valuable and precious, okay? You should definitely be considerate of the time you give and who you give your time to. But like I said, when you are so conceited and you are so out of touch with reality that you feel like you are a star like Beyonce, and that, but you give off such a negative, like, presence, like you're just negative. No, that's not grace. That's something else.
A whole nother entity entirely. And I know Gigi will definitely handle her. Like, excuse me, Braylon didn't disrespect you. He just asking questions, and you gave answers. He didn't say you were this, that, and the third. Now, if you think I'm gonna go against my black brother here for being intelligent, you must have another thing coming. I'm sure Gigi will have her own language.
Exactly, it would be very colorful.
Exactly, but from a general sense, Gigi would defend me like I would defend Gigi, because we're that tight, we're that real, we're that true. But also, too, you wouldn't take this energy and match it anywhere else. So why are you doing it here? Stop this shit. So then after all that, and by the way, Life with Lakeisha, yeah, I need to co-host the show, LOL. Yeah, You know, that's the thing too. Like, Taronda and the show is up for Emmy consideration. Some people think that she shouldn't be up for a Emmy consideration with Taronda Jones. But let me tell you the reason why this show should be up for Emmy consideration, right? Because this format has never been done like this. In all the shows that are on TV or reality TV that are dating, it's never been done like this. So let me tell you something, how big an Emmy is. If the Never Ever Mets gets an Emmy, believe you me, it will be a bigger investment from Warner Bros. Discovery if that show wins an Emmy. Believe you me. When you are Emmy nominated, or at least either you're Emmy nominated or Emmy award winning, as long as you got Emmy within your repertoire, it's not just knowing people that can get you in the rooms. It's not just your work that can get you in the rooms, but it's also associations that can get you in the rooms as well. Sincerely. So I honestly believe it could win an Emmy because the format is so unique. It hasn't been done to this degree, and this is just the second season, right? And so after all of that, right, after the Grace conversation, which child, okay, ooh, if that's Grace, I would hate to see. Hey, oh wait, you showed it all season, Alicia. Moving on. So Alicia said, to your point, Gigi, that she felt an energy shift, that she felt aggression. And this is the first glimpse of Chicago Taronda. When she said it could be nervousness. And Irvin said he saw red flags. And Taronda held Alicia to account. And then Alicia apologized. But here's the thing, though. And Gigi, you let me know what you think, gorgeous, as you often do. I feel like Alicia did that because she was caught up, in the words of Usher. She didn't mean shit. What was your take on that part of...
that was so sarcastic. She was so sarcastic. She's fake. That was sarcasm. She did not mean that. She was just... I mean, it's good for her to say. If she really did mean it and she was trying to take accountability, that is great. Where was that at during the show? Because her and Irvin could have actually made it and worked things out if she actually was taking accountability like that.
Yes.
But she wasn't.
Not at all.
You know, it's you're a day late and $1 short.
Correct. Because I didn't feel that. You didn't feel that. And I don't think anybody on that set felt that apology. At all. I mean, for Taronda to question you that hard, like, no. And this is where it gets dicey with some cast members when they say, well, it was editing. In the words of Karen Huger, who I know is in jail, but she did give a very iconic line, one of many. She said, I'm only judging what you give me. Now, they taped for 6 hours, 12 hours if it was a good day, 14 hours if it was a bad day of that reunion, because we did not see everything. But also, too, if you did not mean that, you would not have said that. Okay, so listen, it's almost like if I was live from Disneyland for Disneyland Magical Friday Night Live on ABC, and there was a person that stole a turkey leg on camera, and they're in the Disneyland, jail center, and they're like, I didn't steal that turkey leg. Then who was this? That was my brother. Really? Really? Because your brother was at the Mickey Mouse suite at the Disneyland Hotel. Shit. And then you get upset with them. What y'all added? Sir, that was you who sold a turkey leg on national television. Like, you can't keep blaming other people when you the one who did the dumb shit. And that was Alicia. She stole turkey legs of doing what she wanted to do all season. And now that the fudge has come out, she's upset about it.
Yeah, because I mean, I was wondering from the very beginning, where did she get the feeling of feeling unsafe? Like, at what point, what did he do? What did we not see to where you felt unsafe? And I was wondering if there was something that was going to come out during the reunion that we didn't see. Because there were, you know,
never before
they gave us
a
couple never before seen, but honestly, did we really need those? No.
Nah, it was more fun.
I mean, yeah.
Although there was we'll get to that clip because child, I'm like, damn, they put that on. We'll get to that. For sure. Because child, that was a lot for television. Oh Lord. So after all of that, then Irvin and his ex are together because at the end of their time together, Irvin and Alicia, Irvin talked about the ex, and then Alicia said no to dating. Child, I would assume that it's not no by choice for you, because what the hell? Like, I just.
Right. Irvin said that he's dating and his relationship's good. And she's like, you lying. But then when Taronda asked her, like, are you dating? She took this long pause and you could just tell the look on her face like, girl, what you're about to say is not about to be the truth.
Mm-hmm.
All right, just go ahead and say it. No, I'm not looking to date. You're lying.
Exactly.
Moving on.
Who's gonna want to date that? And I say that respectfully and actually disrespectfully, because I'm like, if you did that on national television, I just imagine what you are off camera. Like I said, you can blame Ed and all you want to. You can blame the fans all you want to. But you did what you did. The camera can't make you do anything. It can only capture what you get. So that no was not by choice, child. But moving on. I'm with you. Moving on. So we get to these two. Right. We get to Tatiana and Clay. So the question, of course, after the recap is done, what were your expectations? And Gigi, I think that was the basic opening for each couple, right? What were your expectations of coming in? The discovery was a reflection, and then where they are now.
Right.
Tatiana said that she wanted to have fun, be booed up, and leave with someone. Clay said he wanted to grow, and he said in the beginning it was a 10 out of 10, and it actually ended that way. Wonder if he watched the same show that we did, but okay. Events got exaggerated that could have been solved with simple conversation. I'm like, did Clay and Alicia go on a date after the show? Like, what the fuck is this shit?
Listen, I was looking to see what names they put because hold on, we're gonna get to it because Jared. But anyway, this right here, when I say this had me rolling, okay? Because I was sitting here laughing. One, like you said, Clay, did you watch the same show we did? And now seeing or knowing that they filmed the reunion during season 1, no, he didn't see the same show we did at the time that we did because they did not get to see it.
You mean after the first episode, right?
Right. So he didn't get to see the full season that we see. at that time. So, play a 10 out of 10 at the end. Really? It probably was a 10 out of 10 for you because he got what he wanted. He was able to come. He had his. This boy done had so many different 15 minutes of fames. This was just another one. This was another thing on his IMDb website. That's it. That's it.
And the thing that really got to me, Gigi and everybody, was not only that he had the black Bassy, black Poxy, and black imagination to say, it also ended that way, but things got exaggerated that could have been solved by simple conversation. When you didn't want to conversate to begin with, okay. All right. Okay. If it could have been solved by a simple conversation, I'm married to Jill Scott. What the hell, bro? What the actual hell? Could have been solved by simple conversation, but yet you didn't apply the solution to your own shit. Okay, child.
Right. How could you even say it could have been solved with simple conversation when she gave you ample opportunity?
Child, more than most.
Speak the truth, to actually have a real conversation and honestly tell her what is going on. She gave you those openings and you did not take them. So what do you mean? What? You know what? And then we get to the, him talking about his, after it was discussed, like, are you dating or whatever? And he says that he's in a relationship. And Tatiana called him out like, you're lying. That's not what you said. My thought went back to, well, damn, we exposed that a few weeks ago that he's got a girlfriend.
Yes, indeed. And
more kids.
Yes, factual. And that was the thing with me. And let me tell you something. My mom has said this to me before, and Gigi and everybody, I'm sure you guys have heard this too. Money and circumstances don't change people, just amplifies what's already in you. So when Clay said what he said, right? And Tatiana was smooth, cool, and even kill, like cucumbers on your face with a facial. I'm just like, you got to be this damn stupid. Not to mention, let's see here. By the way, never before seen footage of the hug. Kiki thought that Clay played in her face. And then child Alicia, I need you and Clay to go fuck each other and leave the rest of us the fuck alone. And do you know why I say that, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, family and friends, lovers and supporters through the nation, around the world? Because Alicia said, if you have somebody that's making you insecure, uncomfortable, they have to get cut. What?
Okay, so in her, listen, I don't know if this is in her defense or if I'm just saying, I feel that what she was meaning is like, if you're in a relationship and you have a person that is a friend of yours that is making your mate feel uncomfortable, then you got to cut them off.
But how does she have enough comprehension skills to say that articulately, but she couldn't own up to shit for what she did? That's where I'm confused at. Right message on Messenger.
Because she didn't really like Urban. When talking about somebody that she liked, whether it be Brandon, Jared, somebody not even on the show.
True.
Her tone and her communication skills and the physical touch and all of that would have been completely different, because she would have been attracted to that person. She was not attracted to Urban, so everything that he said and did, it made her more upset. It made her distance herself more because she really didn't like him.
Correct.
That was a play. She didn't like him. But she would feel like that if she was in a relationship with somebody that she liked. But
no, I agree with you, beautiful. I just that moment just kind of threw me off. I'm like, wait,
like you said, right message, wrong messenger.
Right.
Okay.
You know what I mean? By the way, I know we're just getting started here. We're almost in the first hour. Do we have any comments early on with this reunion?
Oh, let me tell you, the comments are already yes. So we're just gonna start with the first one. The very first one says,
okay,
the host is full of shit. Hush him in. He has an opinion, but let the lady say whatever she wants. Alicia is a piece of crap talking about mind your business. She's toxic and a gaslighter and a professional victim.
No lies told, child, but saying the host is shit. Good damn, this is the first reunion. This is her first, and for those of you who don't know, this is Taronda's first hosting gig, period. And this is her first reunion, right? So, love, grace, and space, but good.
Yes, that is what they said. This is. Okay, let me see. Okay, yeah, I'll read that one after this. Apart from Cinco, Chris, and Ty, those men looked and sounded ridiculous, just laughing and looking silly. Which, yeah. Oh, Lord. Okay, so Lethea Johnson says, I forgot all about the Haitian man and the praying woman. They did not say anything worth listening to. I don't disagree.
Oh my God. Hey Dondi, welcome in. No, we like Taronda as host as well.
Yes.
But and here's the thing, right? You know, we often, as Gigi said, you know, we do give love, grace, and space over here as much as we can. And like I said, that's why we do give that behind the scenes perspective, right? Because when you are a host, right, and always break down hosting as this perspective. Hosting is recognizing you're in the room, but the room is not about you, but it's your job to guide the room for the experience, right? You are the conduit for the audience. I am sure that OWN, with their public relations, marketing, advertising, social media, and crisis management teams, I'm sure they know everything that we've talked about on social media. But do you honestly, actually, factually, smackly think that they talked to Taronda about what was happening on social media before taping the reunion? No! Because they want to keep this right, tight, and smooth. Right, tight, and smooth. Right, tight, and smooth. Stick to the prompt. Let's not make the prompt about us. So that is why you didn't get everything else that we're giving you here. Back to you, Gigi. I just had to add that because I understand what they meant from a viewer standpoint. By the way, there's a difference between being a consumer and a viewer. A viewer is they tune into the show once a week. A consumer is they consume anything and everything. But whether you're a viewer or a consumer, from what you're able to see, you could say she was shit. But also, too, you gotta understand, all they had was an hour. And so I'm sure that she probably asked many more questions, but Taronda doesn't own the format. So she got to work in the confines of what she's given. Over you, Gigi.
Yeah, listen, I'm about to read this comment, and it damn near kind of describes where I'm at too a little bit. Let's see. 2 Cent Tam says, if this show is not a case study on modern dating, I don't know what is. Laughing my ass off. My brain is boggled, and I'm genuinely baffled. Same.
Yep.
Because Tammy says this show was like a humiliation ritual for women. They got embarrassed by these losers. Ooh. Right.
Wow.
Yeah, there's more to come once we get further out, but
Yes.
yeah. People say Lethea says Clay's girlfriend is probably the best friend, which from what we've seen, that does not look like the best friend. His girlfriend definitely does not look like the best friend.
No.
Someone else said the reunion was not good as I hoped. Too many unanswered questions.
Same.
Hey,
Yep.
it is what it is.
Same way.
So yeah, I think we all feel that way. Like the reunion could have definitely been better. Could have answered more questions, and I definitely feel like we should have had a 2-parter and a live questionnaire because there's so many questions that the viewers have.
Yep.
That I feel like should have been answered.
And honestly, to tell you the truth, even though Taronda may not have been able to have a co-host to be that good cop, bad cop, the fans could have been that bad cop very easily. Very easily.
Yeah, that part.
Where Taronda's like, listen, these are the fans, okay? I'm just here. Which, honestly, if you use that defense, you're going to be damned if you do, damned if you don't, because you're going to be damned if you do ask those questions, because you're going to be like, well, good damn, aren't you prying a little bit too much? But then if you don't ask the questions, you're going to be damned if you don't. So with the fans, it would have been a good conduit, for sure. And by the way, I think it was, and Gigi, help me out here, because when they talked about the hug, right? I think it was Ty that said the hug was out of proportion. It was some voice off camera. We weren't able to see the voice, but I thought Ty said that first. And then it was Chris who defends Tatiana. Now everybody, I want you to keep that in your mind, okay? Keep that in your mind, because I won't get to that a little bit later. So then they do a hug vote. Brandon, Chris, Ty, and Irvin all believe the hug, accelerated the mistake. All the ladies voted for the hug, accelerated, except Brittany. She was kind of, she threw her hands kind of from side to side. I'm just like, Britt, really? Is this what we doing, child? Really? Because you were in a whole relationship where you could give two damns about your connection, but yet you if you had a connection that you really cared about, they did that same thing, you would have that same energy. Okay, child. Okay.
Right, and there were even a few of the guys who was like, yo, that's not right. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that hug was a little bit iffy, a little questionable.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I see how Brittany was like, yeah and no. And it's like, girl, what? Girl, worry about you and Ty, please.
That part. I'm just like, so you can't see just right is right, wrong is wrong, but yet everything's got to be right in your world or it's wrong in your world. Okay, child, moving on with your ass. But Tatiana gave a bar though. He wants peace, but he is the drama. I'm like, if you don't get that on clothing and mugs and hats, he wants peace, but he is the drama. I'm just like, damn, she actually dropped that bar on national television. So the update on these two is Tatiana has a roster. Clay said he doesn't have a roster, but is with someone, and this is when beautiful Gigi Nan said, and I quote, that Clay said that he had a girlfriend, but apparently Tatiana dropped another bomb. And by the way, Tatiana is smooth with information and delivering it. She doesn't get frazzled.
Can I say something real quick?
She doesn't get off her rocker. Go right ahead, my friend.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry to cut you off, but it's just something funny. So when Tatiana says she had a roster, I don't know what I was hearing. I thought she said that she was a roster. I was like, oh my God, me too. That's why I like her. And then I was like, wait. She said roster. I was like, oh no, I don't have one of them. My husband was sitting next to me too. So I was like, and I'm sitting there like, oh yeah, okay, she's a roster, so am I. Cool. I knew I liked her for a reason. And then they said it again. I was like, oh wait, oh no, baby, I don't have a roster. No, that's not what I meant. No, not me. No. You know what? I love you, baby. No, I wasn't.
Now wait a minute. Hang on, I'm gonna help you out. Listen, I can be point guard in the bedroom. I can be guard. I can be a point forward. We can have some game sevens. Okay, so I have every position on the roster. I look in the words of Walter White from Breaking Bad. Fuck danger. I am the danger. Now, see that's how you flip.
Yeah.
Answer, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, listen, but be careful.
Yeah,
with
but
that
definitely.
Move, sometimes it can backfire on you. But go ahead, Gigi.
No, but to your point, what you're saying, Clay was like, yeah, and Tatiana's like, but that's not what you said. And then she said, "Is that sweat on your brow?" Calling out that he's nervous.
Oh, Lord.
Because apparently when she had asked him if he had a girlfriend when they had spoke right before they all came on stage, he was saying he gave one of them, I'm just going to generalize it, it's complicated. No, I mean, my situation's complicated. It's like, yeah, no, but I don't know really, like, where I'm at. Like, I might be here today, but tomorrow it's up in the air because yesterday I didn't know what happened. It's like, that's the bullshit that he was feeding her. And she's like, I'm calling you out on your bullshit. And as I said, we had brought it up 3 weeks ago or so, at least 2 or 3 weeks about him and his new girlfriend. So we know that he's got a new girlfriend. Pretty sure Tati knows he's got a new girlfriend, unless this girlfriend he got even after the reunion.
Yes.
So,
I just got word, Gigi, from one of Clay's family members. Now, this family member is related to another famous family member in the world of reality TV, but I think that they want to bring some light to Clay's situation here. So let's listen to this.
No pictures. I'm telling you a story, Mama. Well, it could have been a scheme that Todd set up for him to come to you with the bush.
Maybe it was a scheme for Ty to come to you with the bullshit. Exactly. That is exactly what that was. Yes.
Jesus. So, thank you, Aunt Bertha, for giving context, conjecture, and connection on why Clay was doing too damn much all season long. It was a scheme that Clay set up to come to us with this bullshit. Jesus.
Yeah, and Donna D says, come to find out, the Hugger and Clay were on a whole dating show together. Yeah. Supposedly dating each other. That hug was a little much. It absolutely was.
Yes, it was.
There's no way that you should let another woman wrap her legs around you, whether it's 1, 2, halfway, a quarter way. I don't even care if it's just a little bit. Don't even kick your foot up in the back. Like, none of that should be happening, especially if you are there with your woman. That is very disrespectful.
Oh, absolutely, without question. And listen, I get the fact that if you are best friends, y'all have y'all handshake, y'all have tradition, blase, right? For example, y'all know I bring up Nzinga Amani a lot on our channel here. Her real name is Nzinga Amani Lee. Nzinga Lee, Miss Lee, if you're nasty, but that's neither here nor there. But listen, if me and Nzinga happen to work on a show together, right? And we're in a text chain, we call and all that stuff, and we have a good friendship, that's what it is. But if we're at like the BET Awards after party or event function, and she comes up and jumps in my, tries to jump in my arms and looks at me longly in the eyes. Stop it. Yo, I'm my black life matters, damn it, and I'm not gonna die tonight. Now, circumstances were different. Now, this part you don't say out loud, gentlemen. Okay, you say this in your head. Now, circumstances were different. Your ass is single. Oh yeah, you my wife at this point. Fuck all this other shit. We can leave and have our own after party. But you don't say that shit out loud. But the point is, even as a man, you also have to be responsible for what you do. Right? And I feel like the reason why so many people were upset was it's easy to blame the woman, but what about the man too? It takes two to tango. But
listen, can I want to say something real quick.
Go ahead.
If you call yourself a best friend and it's truly just a friendship, you should know boundaries yourself as a friend. You should never put the person you call a friend in a predicament to where they are being questioned by the person they are so-called in a relationship with. There should be no reason why you should give any giving any uncomfortabilities to the person. And this is for a man best friend, female best friend. If it's truly just a friendship, straight platonic, no feelings, no nothing, there should not even be any reason for the person's significant other to feel uncomfortable around you or feel that you give off any of those traits if that's not what it is.
Absolutely.
Only when you have feelings for that person are you going to act that way, or if you're just immature.
Correct.
But if your friend, now, not saying you can't be there for your friend, but you don't wrap your legs around them, running their arms, wrapping your leg around them, and okay, some people's like, yo, listen, I grew up with my best friend that's like my brother, we grew up in the same house, something's okay, but still, even then, you are not going to make them feel uncomfortable.
Correct.
Because of the respect you have as a friend.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Without question. And it's all within the confines of how you move, right? And I will say this, being at 30 years old, I will definitely say that I did not know everything of how to move in terms of communication. From a soul-to-soul aspect, I think that in your 20s, you communicate from a person-to-person aspect, but as you get older, you start to communicate with a soul-to-soul aspect. Now, you cannot, now put it like this. If somebody just want to be a hater because they don't have the capacity, capability, comprehension, the brain cells from a brain to understand soul, that's on them. But let's just say that, me, Gigi, Solana, and Q, we all doing the Ray of Love live after show on the Open Boyfriend Network, which, by the way, own unique content, so we're available and ready to go. But we're going to need a paycheck, though, because we don't do this shit for free. Because look, anybody can be talented, but it takes somebody to be gifted. But with that being said, if we poke at each other, right, it's going to be to a line where it's still within the confines of friendship. You know what I mean? Now, there are people that are possessive over relationships, right? But the way me and Gigi kid on each other, we kid on each other within the confines of what we do. I'm never gonna be out of those confines where her husband would be uncomfortable, right? That's not only on Gigi's part, but that's also on my part as well. And it never works out for any time, space, or frame of thinking that one person should just be responsible in a situation. Because at that point, if it's just one person being responsible for everything, then how did a situation come about? But that's neither here nor there, but need to be added to the timeline there. Gandhi says Tatiana was angry with cast members who knew about Clay's baby before he cracked. She apparently forgave Chris, though.
Yeah, we'll get into the talk about Tatiana and Chris because, as we've seen on the show, there might be something in the background.
And somebody, I don't know who, but somebody on that set got a little pissed off about free will. You know what I mean? But we'll get to that. And like I said, Gigi, I hope everything that I just said made sense, because I think sometimes people look at, especially, you know, with content creators and, you know, people in Hollywood or Hollywood are like, wait a minute, how can y'all joke about, you know, sex or relationships or this, that, the third, but yet y'all still cool? Well, it's because, for one, this is a job. Being able to be this smooth with commentary, being reflective with understanding society, but also to giving enough soul to be entertained, that's a job. That's a gift. Either you have it or you don't. So when it comes to, you know, going back and forth, just know that just because people do have a smoothness with each other doesn't mean anything is going on. That just means that they're both about their business. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, and Jay had actually mentioned that when they were talking about the hug, about Tatiana being more upset about the hug than what she even was about the baby.
Right.
Which I don't know if that, you know, if that's really it, because I think she was mad about both. But yeah, that hug definitely sent her off.
Absolutely, without question. So then we got Brittany and Ty right here, y'all. Brittany and Ty. Now we actually do have a clip here, which we'll bring that clip up here in just a little bit. Brittany, you know, Brittany's expectation was to meet Ty, get to know him, and boundaries, right? And Ty's mindset was catered to him, where he would do the same for her as she would do for him. And so apparently Brittany ironed clothes and massaged him, right? And you know, Ty is he's a very extrovert person. And, you know, Brittany said that, you know, they communicated about boundaries before. And, you know, Tarada, you know, and I thought this was a good point that Tarada said, that, you know, with these exercises and what we're doing, there should be lessons here that you are learning about boundaries. That if she communicated those, then that should have been respected. And with that, one of the things was this. Let me pull up the clip, and you guys will see it here in just under a couple of seconds here. Here we go.
On the Never Ever Mets reunion, we'll find out if the couples who lasted are still going strong, and if the others are looking for closure. There was a lot of secrets in this house.
Clay, is that sweat on your brow?
Wow. That's the gaslighting part.
That is gaslighting.
Mind your business.
He slapped me in the ass so hard, my teeth clicked together.
You didn't say, oh, I like that. That feel good.
You are a soul.
I was defending that ass. So you didn't like that shit? Now, listen. Don't. Now listen. That's not what those marks said on your ass last night while I was using that BDSM whip on your ass. Don't you come out here and play stupid now. Don't you do that shit.
This right here is another clear case of you like who you like. If she liked Ty, then that would not have been a problem or a thing, because she kept talking about her boundaries and how before they got there, she told him her boundaries and when they kissed, he snuck a kiss and she didn't even know. And then that's when the whole, situation with him slapping her on her butt and her saying she liked it or didn't like it. If Ty was someone else that she actually did find herself being attracted to, that would not be an issue.
Yeah.
Him even, and we've even spoken about this because when she had brought it to Ty's attention that the things that he said that he was going to do for her, he hasn't been doing or hasn't done, he changed immediately and tried to do those things, but she did not reciprocate because she's not attracted to him. She really was not trying to be with him like that. She's trying to find every excuse and reason as to why he was doing something wrong that she didn't like. So I feel like that was her way of basically saving face.
Yep. No, I fully agree with you. And Brittany said to that point, beautiful, that he gave good hugs. And Brittany was trying to keep the peace. That was her mindset. But Taronda said that you should have talked to him. So the update with this couple is Ty is, dating. He's not with anybody in particular, but he is dating. And Brittany said the dating seems all right, but exes are trying to split the block. I am kind of glad that for the family and friends portion of this Gigi, we have not had anybody's ex come to the Never Ever Met's house. Now, I'm sure as the seasons roll on, somebody's ex is going to come through.
Yeah, it's bound to happen, I think. But now, was it when they talked to Jay, or was it at this part where Taronda had asked Jay what the problem between her and Brittany was?
Yes.
And Jay said she didn't know.
Yep.
Jay said that basically when she came in the house, she just bypassed saying anything to her and went straight to Cinco. And she said that that's how she's been basically, and brought up the fact that she drinks a lot. And when she drinks a lot, she gets touchy-feely.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Charlie also said that Jay didn't say hi.
Yeah.
Cinco had to defend Jay allegedly. We're saying allegedly because me and Gigi weren't there. Neither were you guys. Neither were any of us were there. So we're gonna take the word from the cast here. But Cinco defended Jay, and that's why Brittany gave Jay a chance. And then the younger comment. Actually, before that, Brittany said Jay doesn't have any friends, and Jay talked about the younger comment there. So. Now listen, we've went to the Reddit page before, and I kind of see it with Jay not having respect for people. I can see that because that was very the energy was heavy from that, sincerely, because and Gigi knows what I'm talking about, because we've actually read some posts from Gigi and
and there are actually more speaking on Jay and her being so amped up. Because she was definitely more vocal, especially when it came to Brittany. I mean, even with Alicia, but honestly, I understand with Alicia. Brittany too, because they just always get on my nerves, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Jay was definitely coming in hot. For what reason? Don't know.
Absolutely. So I think that was it with Brittany and Ty. Then we get some never before seen footage. Child, this right here. And like I said, this is never before seen footage for us. And never before seen footage for Taronda and the cast. And I say it's never before seen footage for us because, you know, the editors, they get to see the footage, right, before we ever do. But this right here was crazy. So this was a game because Taronda was like, it wasn't all rain and lightning. It was some sunshine and rainbows there too. And let's look at a never before seen clip. And Alexis asked, how much adult content do you watch? I'm paraphrasing it for YouTube purposes, y'all. Okay, we all know what I'm trying to say. But let's roll on. But how much adult content do you watch? And Chris said he watches 2 times a week, and he doesn't have a favorite. And Alexis said that she watches gay porn. And Jay asked, you watching lesbians? No, I ain't watching 2 chicks. And then Jay said, I watch the same thing. I'm like, you know what?
Well, let's just say it was a consensus throughout the whole table because all the ladies agreed. So there's nothing wrong with that. They all said yes. So
be who you want to be. To use the words of a song, if you want to sing out, sing out. If you want to be free, be free. Yeah, because there's a million little reasons that you know that they are. Be your own little person, your own little chair. Be whoever you want to be, in the words of our Black Cinderella, Brandy. Because Gigi, let's talk. I think you and me, we're both from the same era, you know, the 90s, right? I don't think that boldness would have ever been aired as a never before seen clip back in the day.
Yeah, I don't think that's why it's so crazy with what they're showing from the never before seen. Because it's like, this is what y'all put on the reunion? Y'all could have showed this during the season.
Right.
Would have been a little bit more interesting or something, but yeah. But finding out, like I said, you know, like we did, this was taped after the first episode. So yeah, we're definitely.
And the fact that OWN approved this, I'm like, this is bold for OWN. I'm like,
listen, can we really be surprised when with the Never Ever Mets, they have their own boom boom room? With candles, oils, and everything else needed. So are we really surprised that they actually had a never before seen like
really
this?
No, but when you look at the totality of the Oprah Winfrey Network from the antithesis to now, I don't think it's ever been that type of boldness on the Oprah Winfrey Network before like that. If you know what I mean, because you know, Life Class and Master Class and, you know, Kidnapped by the Kids and season 25 behind the scenes, like the energy of back then and now. That's what I mean by that. So no, I'm with you. I mean, the show is the show. And of course, when you're talking about sex, love, and relationships, of course, a clip like this would come out. But for it to come out on the Oprah Winfrey Network, Oprah Winfrey never got that bold 5 days a week. Ever. So the fact that the network is based off of, you know, the Oprah Winfrey show and who she is, I was just surprised that they actually like, yep, that could go on national television. I'm like, what? Oh my gosh. But does that make sense, though, Gigi?
I mean, but then again, think about Ready to Love and what we've seen on Ready to Love.
True. Very true. No disagreement with you there. It was just the boldness of it. You know what I mean? I'm not, and by the way, y'all, I'm not approved. Believe me, I like what the fuck I like in terms of thick women. So slip and slide, okay? Listen. Hold on to that mat and slide down that slide, damn it. But that's neither here nor there. But the point is, though, to your point, I do agree with you about Ready to Love, right? That show is that show. but I don't think we've ever seen the. I mean, that was aired just straight like that. You know what I mean? Because usually, for those of you who don't know, with how networks, approve content, right? They do an episode order, but also too, they gotta review the footage. So it's the fact that was actually approved. Believe me, that would never get on ABC. That boldly, I promise you. But let's see here. Let's see. Brittany showed Ty's brother more love and affection than she showed Ty. We did talk about that, Donnie, absolutely. Even if men did like to watch two men, they would never admit it. That's factual. If I can keep an abuse like Martel Holt on show, I don't put anything past the network. Now we all agree with that. I was just bringing up that in a totality sense because usually when it comes to sexuality and TV, it's always been taboo. So they've always had to dance around it. But I think it's just we did expect that to them. So Gigi, I hope all that made sense. I know it was a lot of.
Oh yeah, no, it absolutely made sense. Yeah. And I agree, Donna. If Owen can keep an abuser like Martel Holt on the show, I don't put anything past them either.
Yeah.
I mean, not only that, but look at Bell Collective. Like I said, Ready to Love. We've had, different people on Ready to Love, who were, let's say, very bold about what they like and what they prefer.
Wait a minute,
and with a show like The Never Ever Mets is like, it's almost like a no filter reality.
Yes.
Like, because the stuff that we see here it definitely is a step above what we normally see on OWN.
Oh, without question. This series is a one-of-one network where, I've always said, I think Gigi will also agree with this, every network has their unscripted hit that puts them on the map and their scripted hit that puts them on the map, right? And those are pivotal foundational blocks for how this for how networks are known. I was about to say, wasn't there a woman on Ready to Love this season that says she walks around naked? I can't remember her name. Oh my God.
Serena.
Yes. The one who said that she was homeless and everything else.
Yes, I think I think it was Serena. I think that was her.
Yeah, because she said she was a nudist. Now I'm like, of course, being a nudist, that's a part of a lifestyle. But that was what they watch on a regular, one of the many categories they watch on a regular basis. So that's why I said it's a bit different. But thank you, Gigi, for always showing love to me, because sometimes when I'm in my media brain, sometimes it is some rambling, but you have to understand, being the media nerds that we are, there are levels to the boldness that can be approved and not approved for airing. So the fact that got aired was just surprising, because it takes a lot of approvals to get that bold on TV. But that's neither here nor there. But with that being said, it does lead us into the game, right? So Taronda asked some questions here. Who was the peacemaker that managed to keep things calm at the house? And Cinco got it with 7 votes. And there was 1 vote for Jared. And Jared was like, my man. I'm just like, I guess showing up is important to being a peacemaker, because if you can't show up for peace, how can you broker peace, I guess. But I'm like, okay. And then of course the question came up of, if you had to do over and could switch partners with anyone else on the stage, who would be and why? Right? And this one right here, Taronda was flabbergagged, okay? Because Jared said,
I think we all was flabbergagged, because like, what?
Yes, Jared said, Alicia, so I could gaslight back. I'm like, what the fuck? When did we when did we get to be a society of like, wait, so we can actually put that on a whiteboard and we just roll along with the conversation? I mean, Taronda was flapping McGad, like you said, gorgeous, because she couldn't even finish it. I'm just like, damn. And this is why we said there needs to be a part 2, because I would have probed, like, why do you feel that way, Jerry? Why do you want to gaslight another woman?
But could you imagine though, Jared and Alicia? Could you like just think about that? How he gaslit Charlie so bad, and how she did Brandon. That right there, I would want to see that match.
Ooh, child. I mean, I feel like the Never Ever Mets. I feel like they'll probably have to get to what, season 4 or 5 before spinoffs start happening. But I could see Never Ever Mets singles edition, where you bring some of the alumni back, kind of like they're doing on. Now they could do this with just the alumni, like Bachelor in Paradise, or they could do it like 90 Day Fiance, Hunt for Love, where they bring some of the alumni from the Never Ever Mets along with new singles. But I think that'll be season 4 or 5, because they got to build a roster up enough of former cast members. It's too early right now. But I was like, wow, bro, you really said that shit. Now, of course, Chris and Tatiana. And guess what? The feeling was mutual. Kiki said Chris, and Brandon said Charlie, because Charlie was Brandon's waffle buddy. Mm-hmm. Okay, Brandon. Now we're making waffles together every morning. So
and I think Charlie picked Brandon too.
So you didn't eat her waffle batter on some mornings? I'm sorry. Did I say that? I'm so sorry. I mean, it wasn't like she was carrying a bag of waffle batter around the house and in outfits in every episode. I'm sorry. Let's roll on. My damn mouth. And then Alexis and Brandon. So Alexis is still cool. I ain't mad at it. Gigi, what did you think of these answers?
I was shocked at Jared's response. That definitely, I was like, wait, what? But Chris and Tatiana, I wasn't expecting that. Although I did say I didn't think that him and Alexis was going to last. I knew they wasn't going to last. But I see that it did make Alexis jealous that Chris, felt some type of way about Tati.
Oh, and she was not the only one. We'll get to that here in just a little bit, y'all. Whew, my Lord Jesus. Here is Kiki. Now, Kiki, I'm gonna say this with all love, sweetie. But why do you look like Cassie Davis, Bam star from a Tyler Perry movie? Why were you not in Medea's Destination Wedding, the movie, which is coming out on Netflix on July 11th? Like, I'm sorry. By the way, shout out to Cassie Davis. She is a legend in acting, okay? She was on Living Single, so we love Cassie Davis. But that was the first person I thought of, Gigi, because Kiki looks like an auntie child. She really looks like somebody's auntie, though. Oh, my God.
She definitely channeled her inner Cassie Davis. She definitely did.
Oh, my Lord. Okay. Oh, my God. Okay. Let me let myself. I just can't. Like literally, this photo, I literally thought of Cassie Davis from House of Pain and Unmanned. That is literally the first person that I thought of when I saw Kiki in this shot. Oh my God, hang on. I'm trying to get this next picture up here. Really? Picture? Really? Come on. Y'all give me a moment. This is freezing up on me for some odd reason. Oh my God. Why is it not? Okay, y'all give me one moment. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna reset my computer. I will be straight back. Hang on.
Yeah, so it wasn't until the second question, or the question after this about Charlie and Brandon, but yeah, I was actually kind of surprised that you chose Chris, but if she would do it, that she would choose Chris. I didn't think that she would have looked at him like that, but I mean, I guess out of all of them, he would have been the best person.
So while we're waiting for Braylon to come back, I'm gonna go ahead and read a couple comments. Let's see. So Infinite Rhonda says, I knew Chris and Tati was gonna connect. Tati is feminine, and when led properly by the right man, she can be submissive, and Chris is a traditional man. I hope it works out for them. They would make a beautiful couple. Clay was pissed, but oh well, you played, should have been honest from the start. Cinco and Jay, not gonna work. It's either Jay way or the highway, not gonna last for long, especially if she's not trying to visit him in Japan. She talking about she don't like long flights. Girls most likely would be paid, which yeah, they probably would pay for her flight, her hotel accommodations and all that. But says, and she could bring her son. She just has too many excuses. Brittany wasn't feeling dude, and she knew it was it. Brandon is corny. Now you want Charlie. This is such a mix up.
Hey, everybody.
There's so much going on.
My laptop froze up, so if you can recap it for me, gorgeous, because I was trying to get to the next slide of Brandon and Charlie, but I think you were getting onto the other couples, right? About their decisions.
I was actually just reading a comment while you were gone that Infinite Rhonda said about Chris and Tati.
Yes.
And then, yeah, just saying how I was surprised that Kiki actually picked Chris, as if, she had somebody else that she could do over, she would do it over with Chris. I didn't expect that. But, I mean, I guess out of all of the guys, Chris would be, I guess, the pick for, out of all of them that didn't have a scandal or issues like that, like real big issues, Chris was the one. So.
Understood. Yeah, it was very interesting with, the couples and who they chose, because I was just as surprised as oh my God, okay. Sorry, I'm not technology is technology. Hang on, let me get back to my notes on my notepad. Good Lord. But no, it was very interesting because I did not expect Chris either, you know what I mean? But I think, like you said, through deductive reasoning, I think it was what it was. when and you know, Clay, you know, he felt away, right? And I think you mentioned this as I was resetting the computer, that that Clay was upset because
Clay was pissed off. He was pissed.
He was pissed because Clay, not Clay, but Chris was saying that, you know, Tatiana's a gentle woman, and you got, you know, you gotta be able to hug her right. And it's just like he got so upset over that. It's just like, bruh, you can't really be too big mad at her for that. Like, you did what you did. So I thought that was quite interesting. And then you got Alexis and Brandon here. I'm just like, okay then, girl. Go ahead. Yes, indeed. So then you have, after that, you have whose partner was hitting on someone else partner after they left the house. And we learned that it was Brandon and Charlie, right? Child, that was just...
And that's when we find out that they were waffle buddies.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Oof. Well, I mean, I don't know if they were actually eating waffles in terms of food, or if he was eating another waffle with, you know, peach juice dripping on the waffle, or peach syrup rather dripping.
Well, they didn't say that they met up after leaving the house. They've just probably communicated on social media.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But Alexis was saying, like, when Chris was talking about Tatiana, Alexis was saying how she felt it. She knew that it was something that he liked Tati.
Right. And then Chris was saying, like, maybe y'all speaking it into existence. Wait, what? like, wait a minute. What are we doing here? I'm just like, wow, bro. Okay, then. My Lord. So then after that, you got Cinco and Jay, and Jay took some shots. She did. She talked about how, you know, what happens when you handle things the first day. We weren't strangers that didn't know each other. This, that, and the third. And Cinco had to leave because there was a basketball tryout for overseas league, and that if he gets it, he will be a walk-on, right? So it pretty much was it was a good review for them. Not really too much with that.
Oh no, I'm gonna say Jay was full of shit just for the fact of this man is telling you that he could possibly play, you know, pro ball in China or Japan, and you're talking about you won't go visiting because you don't like long flights. Girl, the sacrifices. How can you say that y'all's relationship is so strong and you're not even really willing to make that sacrifice? And if this man is somebody that you say your son loves so much, why would you not let him see this man in his, you know, in his element? Something that he could possibly, you know, teach this young boy how to play ball or something.
And
that to me just struck me the wrong way.
Yes, and not to mention too, you know, it was a week after the show that he flew out to Chicago, and the family loved him, and everything in between, right? And like you said, Gigi, it's all about sacrifice, right? If you guys made it this far, then why not? You know what I mean? So I thought that was something as well. And not to mention too, speaking of sacrifices and this, that, the third, Alexis, you know, felt away about, you know, sex, right? So apparently there was some relations that happened with Chris and Tatiana, right? not Chris and Tatiana, child. Alexis and Chris. So apparently, Alexis' glasses fogged up. And then, child, Gigi, tell me why this reminded me of season 1. Remember when Josh said that apparently there was something that happened in the hallway? What is it with the never ever met in hallways? Because Kiki saw part 2. And she said, I quote, I saw some things that I didn't need to see. I'm like, whoa. I'm like, well then, all right.
Right. Senko seen part 1 and Kiki saw part 2. So basically, Chris and Alexis didn't need the boom boom room. They used their own room.
Yeah, that part. That part right there. Yes, indeed. Oh my God. I thought that was hilarious. I'm like, well, good damn. And then of course, you know, Brandon and Kiki, you know, they had their exchange, and you know, Taronda asked a question about if she was more honest, would that have changed anything? And Kiki said she would have loved to be more honest, but Brandon also said that Brandon also said that that wouldn't change anything because that is a deal breaker for him. You know what I mean? And when it came to, you know, the years that they've been together, Alexis clocked something really good. She said that that's your best friend, right? How can you be a best friend when you are not even carrying yourself of a friendship level and you lying? I'm like, child, Alexis could have took over the host chair for it, man, because that was a good bar. Gigi, you hear me?
I'm sorry, I got logged out.
No,
so if you could repeat that last part.
No, absolutely. So what I was saying was the fact, you know, they talked about Kiki and Brandon, and you know, would the secret have changed anything? She would have said something, and Brandon said that he really would have been a deal breaker because he doesn't deal with cheating. And then Alexis said, let me see if I got this right. So you say that that's your best friend, right? This, that, and third. Well, how can you ever be in a relationship with somebody if you're not even treating them on a friend level? I'm paraphrasing, but she said, how can you be a best friend when you're lying? And I'm like, child, Alexis could have taken the hosting chair for a good damn minute from Tawana.
Listen, because that was exactly that was true. And that goes into what I say. If you are a best friend, now, this is if you're in a best friend, your best friend and your so-called best friends in a relationship, the respect level, the same as if you're calling someone a best friend. Like, people use the word friend and love very loosely. Those are two words that I feel like are used up the most, and sometimes they are the least genuine when said. Because people will say that you're their friend just to occupy a space in their life. Sometimes people don't want to be alone, so they would rather have so-called friends so that they seem less lonely. But yet you're steady lying and hiding and deceiving these people, but steady calling friends. Or these people are lying and hiding and, you know, deceiving you. So that whole friend thing, like, no, I agree with Alexis. Like, Alexis, she hit that shit on the head. And honestly, when she said it, I would have looked not only at Brandon and Kiki, but I would have looked straight in Jared's eyes.
Yep.
Because he kept telling Charlie, oh, you're my best friend. You're my best friend. I want you to be my best friend. You don't even know what a best friend is. Yeah. You don't even know what a friend is. Like,
and you know, Taronda, her Chicago came out with Alexis and said, I'm with you. Because that's not my definition of a friend either. I'm like, okay, we got glimpses. Like we said at the top of the show, we got glimpses of Taronda.
She surely said, I don't have friends that lie to me.
So there it is. But I thought that was so poignant from Alexis. And, you know, Alexis also talked about, and I wanted to get your take on this, Gorgeous, because I really appreciated Alexis for really being grown enough to reflect. Because she said after everything was said and done, right? You know, they're not together anymore, like you said, like you predicted. But she said, you know, after everything, like, you know, I was a trigger here, trigger there, trigger everywhere. And she was like, you know, I had to do some self-reflection. I'm just like, I'm not going to keep moving in that fashion. And, you know, Chris said it was mutual on, you know, both sides. What did you think about that? Because the way I felt about it was, I know that boxing date didn't solve everything, but I do believe in not just opposites attract, but I do believe in complementary communication styles. And that doesn't mean that y'all communicate the same, but maybe your communication style of, you know, suppressing things and her communication style of being aggressive, as of not being aggressive to dominate you, but being aggressive of, hey, listen, this is a problem. We need to recognize this as a problem and taking ownership. I thought that was a really great compliment of a quality that Alexis had, because it seemed like Alexis, you know, had a bit of weight to her in her sadness.
Yeah. Alexis is, you know, she's a little bit older, so she's seen things. And I think it was also, once again, one of those attraction things. Because I kind of feel like after the show, their communication wasn't as good, and they probably, you know, weren't on the same page as where's like to continue. So that could have been another reason that made her like, hey, let me just look at myself, figure out what I'm gonna do, and not continue to be somebody's trigger.
Right.
You know, which is good. You don't, if a person, just like with Urban and Alicia, if a person tells you that you're triggering them, or they feel unsafe, you know, all of these different things that are against who you are, then yeah, it's time to walk away. Don't continue to, especially after you try to fix it. Now I'm saying don't just walk away if you truly love that person, try to fix it. But if you try to fix it and you see that person is still saying the same things, or it's not changing, making a difference, then yeah, walk away. Don't keep giving to someone who's not trying to receive.
Right, absolutely. Without question. So I thought that was a very interesting part of the show there, for sure. And then we finally get to we talked about the sacrifices of, you know, going overseas and this, that, and the third. And like I said, either you're gonna be with them or you're not gonna be with them. I mean, we did talk about the fact that, you know, you're in Chicago, and he made the trips to Chicago. I mean, you got Rose's 3 days out the week, right? So it's not like y'all can't work, right? But then we get to Jared and Charlie. And it was like a final closure of a chapter, and that, you know, Jared was the coldest that he's ever been. Like, he said, it was nice knowing you. And Charlie stood up for herself and saying, listen, I never needed a man to take care of me. I ain't getting no child support. I make good money. I have my own home. And that Jared felt like, well, after The Secret, he was done. So in his mind, he felt like it was going to work out. And then, of course, you know, the the never before seen footage, which hang on, let me see this real quick here. 1 second. Oh, the biggest thing. But besides the fuck, no, he said when this show airs, your whole account, his words, not mine, ladies and gentlemen, your whole account is gonna go up. And you know what, Gigi, I think this was the first time we saw Jared humble, because he put a face palm to his head like, oh fuck. Because like we said, it's never before.
Right, like damn, I didn't think they was gonna say that part.
Because all this time, he was this uppity motherfucker, and he just got kicked in the mental balls of motherfucker. So you think you master? Oh no. You a slave. We run this pill, motherfucker. What did you think of Charlie and Jared's conversation? Because I'm just like, Charlie kept.
Charlie is getting on my nerves. She was making. So I'm gonna read this comment because this comment actually is like what I feel. Lethea says, okay, so Jared said, Charlie, it was nice knowing you. Charlie, I don't understand. Me, just looking side to side like, what? Bitch, I understand. What? Girl, he just, okay, nice knowing you. But listen, I understand because he's like, nice knowing you. Call me if you ever need anything. Wait, what?
Right.
What?
And everybody was like, wait, bro, what? And they was
right.
like, okay,
what does that mean?
Me for nothing. And
right.
Then the soulmate thing, which is in this clip. Hang on, I'm gonna play it real quick here, you guys, because it comes on at the end. Give me one moment, so right here.
On the Never Ever Mets reunion, we'll find out if the couples who lasted are still going strong and if the others are looking for closure.
There was a lot of secrets in his house. Clay, is that sweat on your brow?
Wow. That's the gaslighting part.
That is gaslighting.
Mind your business.
He slapped me in the ass so hard, my teeth clicked together.
You didn't say, oh, I like that. That feel good.
You are a soul that I would love to keep in my life.
Why do I feel like Charlie's face is gonna be a gif or a meme, Gigi? Like, wait, what?
I'm surprised she's not already. Her and Jared both, because they are both just ridiculous. Ridiculous. Let me read this comment.
Go right ahead, my friend.
Listen, Lethea Johnson says, Jared and Clay hate women. They don't want Charlie or Tatiana, but they don't want nobody else to want them. They isolate women, then break them down, ruining their self-esteem. Seeing them both made me mad. I agree with that.
Fully agree. Fully agree. Because no, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, because I have never seen this much stupidity aired on national television. I feel like I believe like this. I feel like Tatiana is where Charlie wants to be, but it's gonna be a road to get to where Tatiana is. And I feel like where Charlie is of holding on to that hope, I feel like that's where Tatiana was in the beginning, but she could give two fucks about it anymore. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That they are both a reflection of each other.
Mm-hmm. Listen, Yo-Yo BQ says, now this is their opinion, not mine. I did not say this. Listen, yeah, no, I gotta let y'all know. I will let y'all know when I agree And when I disagree, and right now I'm just going to remain in the middle and say, because I am, there's a lot that I agree with, and the other parts I'm like, hey, I'm just gonna stay out this one, okay? So
I'm not gonna play down with you. Go ahead, Rita.
listen, it says that honestly, men like Jared and Clay who treat women like shit are womanizers, always cheating, lying, and never satisfied with the woman they are with. They are down low, gay down.
Oh my.
I don't care what nobody say. They really be wanting to be with men. I didn't say that, but that's what it said. They said that. They said I didn't say it.
Yeah, they are here for it. This it is what it is. And to catch up on the comments here, Dondi says Clay was just at the audition for another role. He was upset with Chris. Nah, because it's my thing. If you really that damn upset, you would give it a fuck.
Mm-hmm.
If it doesn't apply, let it fly. But if you let it fly, it must apply. Sounds like to me, Chris and Alexis' intimacy may have been one-sided. Well, I mean,
yeah.
Listen. Let me get this. Let me pull up this Instagram because, child, give me one moment, because this Instagram.
While you're doing that, I'm gonna read this last comment, and then we can go. Butter Pecan 3 says Jared is nasty as hell. Him saying Charlie's soul is what he wants forever sounds demonic. Soul ties are a real thing, and those spirits you possess through sex are possessive. Denounce every soul tie. Also, I wish Jay would hush. She has a comment on every situation and answering someone else's questions. Her and Cinco will not last long.
Yeah.
I'll agree with you.
Child, listen. Okay. She listen. Beach Bum Lex BBL. Okay, listen. She said back shot in a hashtag. Okay. Listen. I'm not saying that,
Did somebody say BBL beach body? I'm sick.
Yeah, no, it says right here, Beach Bum Lex. Beach Bum Lex, right?
Oh, okay.
Wait, where is it? Okay, hang on. Whoa, okay, hang on. I think I zoomed in a little close. Hang on. How do I? Okay, there we go. All right, there we go. Okay. No, Beach Bum Lex right here. Beach Bum Lex. And then hashtag backshot. Now listen, I'm not saying that I could have assisted, the bags or nothing on that trip to Grand Turks and Caicos, and I am certainly not saying that I have hang on, where? No, not there, nope. Wait, hang on. Where is it? Anyway, this picture right here, this video right here. I'm not saying I could have been available for that shoot that day, but listen.
And she looks so different in them pictures compared to on the show.
Yeah,
filters do wonders.
You know what? I'm about to play the piano with you. Let me tell you something.
Alexis is cute. I was just saying she looks a lot different.
Yeah. No, agreed. I think that this show, the reason why it's such a runaway hit is because it forces you to confront with yourself, with what you think you believe, and it gives you questions that you never asked of yourself before. Sincerely.
Oh, okay. Wait a minute. This is Lexi. Lord, I thought this was Charlie. I was gonna say, wait a minute. She actually looked black now. Okay, never mind. I'll take it back. Okay, Lex, that's you, girl. Okay, I was not comprehending. Okay.
Did we mention we don't really rehearse not a damn word that we say on this damn show? It was the fact you said she looked like that for me.
Now all that's playing in my head is BBL Drizzy. BBL.
Oh my God.
Oh, listen, this okay. My bad.
Child, that was fucking hilarious, child. So, with that being said, a couple of things from the Ray to Love Reddit here. Here is Cinco and Jay, and Jay is not Jay, but Cinco is grabbing what's his. And Jay Smith said, "I'm trying to get like y'all." So there it is. Their attitudes work together, in my opinion. Glad it's over though. Child, you ain't the only one. Apparently Lex is a weirdo. Can my cat get off his lips first? I am screaming because you ready to pop her, goofy guy, for not telling you his secret to her. You was about to tell her to save her. So I'm guessing this was when it came to Chris. It says it's giving salty that Chris likes Tatiana there. And then Jay on Twitter and Instagram here. Jay, we need some of the other girls. The other girls not giving us much. Give us all the looks. Roll your eyes, smack your lips when you walk in the room. Do your thing. Me say no more. Flips hair. They pulled me aside, told me to do the most. I did the most. You're welcome on. So to that end, we have hey, 6 likes. Thank you all so much. Voice is sounding good there. Of course, y'all know our good friend and family member. Talk with Salon, Dr. Ucha. We love her around here. Yes, we do. Our main man Q. Apparently, some of the cast members, Gigi, went live on IG and revealed some tea. But before that, though, because you know we're not ending the show just yet, y'all, because we are going to watch this because they actually give a lot of tea of this and shout Talk with Solana. But you know, there's one thing we often do around here. It's our poll question of the week, everybody. Yes, indeed, here. Why is it not letting me? What in the hell? Sorry, I'm trying to type in the Oprah Winfrey Network, and it's not allowing me to do it here. Hang on.
Yeah, and plus we still have to talk about Kiki and Brandon, right? Or was Charlie and Jared our last one?
I think Charlie and Jared was the last one, I think. What in the world? Okay, y'all, give me 1 second. Gigi, keep it down for a minute. Hold it down. Rather, I'm gonna reset my computer one more time because it's not letting me type in the link to the Oprah Winfrey Network website. And when I come back, we'll do the poll question and the video. Because, child, this video, wait till you hear some of this shit. It's crazy. I'll be right back, y'all.
Sorry, y'all, just a second. So yeah, that's what I was wondering. Braylon has the slides, but we're gonna go ahead and get into the conversation about Kiki and Brandon because we did not talk about them because they, I believe they were actually our last couple to talk about. And getting into it, of course, we talk about Taronda asking the same question about what they expected in the house and how things went compared. And well, actually, I think we did talk about it because we talked about them lying and what Alexa said about, the whole lying situation. But I have a question. Do you guys feel that Brandon basically took Kiki's drinking too far? Do you feel like he was maybe exaggerating a little bit as far as her being an alcoholic? Or could it possibly be that she was drinking a lot and that's something that he recognized? And also, do you feel that, how do you guys feel about the couples in the house who don't leave together, communicating with maybe the other couples who are separated, the other person, talking to them outside, like Brandon and Charlie? Is that, they're both single? Is that an okay thing? Or should that, is that a limit that should be crossed? Well, I don't see anything wrong with it. But
no, I feel like at this point, if everybody is done, then everybody is done. And hey, everybody, the website finally wants to work. Technology can be so fun sometimes. So just know, whether you are the Oprah Winfrey Network or you're a content creator, technology cannot like your ass sometimes. But that was the question you were on, Gigi, as I was resetting the computer.
The first question is, when it came to Brandon and Kiki, did Brandon take it too far with exaggerating about Kiki's drinking, or could it really been that she was drinking a lot and this is something that he noticed? And also, is it okay for them to communicate with the other couples who had separated if they feel like there's an attraction with one of them? Is it okay to pursue it? I think so, but
I feel like this. When it comes to the Kiki Brandon thing, I will give Brandon credit for saying maybe I should have, let the problem unfolded. But also, too, they dated for 4 years, I think.
Yeah, 4.5 years.
Right.
Four and a half years.
So you would think that in that time frame, you know that person, so that will allow you to be able. You have carte blanche to say some things that other people in a new relationship, 6-9 months, wouldn't be able to say that boldly. But I am proud of Brandon for having reflection of that. But like Dr. Ali said, that could have been a coping mechanism. And not to mention too, Gigi, with the second question that you asked, beautiful. I feel like this is different. You know how there's a rule with girlfriends and homeboys that, you don't date your friends' exes. Yeah, all y'all were on national television. If y'all are done with each other, y'all are done with each other. You're grown and so am I. That's how I feel about this situation. Sincerely. Because what else y'all need to talk about if y'all done with each other?
Right. I actually seen a comment, and I want to read this comment, and it actually has to do with Charlie and Jared.
Okay, go right ahead.
Because Charlie continues to, in a way, sometimes be contradictory. So let me find it first. But when Jared was talking about, which I don't even know why he was even asking her about coming to North Carolina, and would she bring the kids and all that, knowing that he would not want those kids there. But still, she was saying how,
I'm like, damn.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't go because the kids, I can't, 1 minute you say the kids aren't a burden, and I'm not saying the kids are a burden, they're not, but they definitely will keep you from being able to do certain things that you want to do. But she keeps saying how she's okay, you're not looking for a father for your children. I understand that you're looking for somebody for you. But again, when you're in a relationship and you are a parent, you have to make sure that the person that you are even considering being with or being around is good with your children.
Amen.
you might not have everything revolve around that, but it's a big part. If you're, and a lot of times, yeah, listen, teenagers are totally fucking different because teenagers don't like nobody. It doesn't matter if you're the best person in the world. Teenagers just don't give a shit. Okay?
That's
like little monsters. But still, kids know a good person. Kids can tell if a person's good or bad pretty quickly because, I mean, kids are kind of sensitive to energy. So you definitely have to focus on, or regardless of what you say, your kids are still a huge part of the relationship, whether you want to admit it or not. And for her to say like, oh, well, I couldn't go to North Carolina because, because of the kids. And he, it's like, okay, so not even saying moving there, but just going and visiting. You're telling me that it's hard for you to go visit with those 4 kids, but yet you talk about the money you have and the cars you have and the house you have and all of these things, but yet you're saying that you couldn't make preparations to be able to travel with those children. If you have all that and you have access, and you should be able to be willing to do that, especially if this is a man you say that you like.
Exactly.
You want him, but then you're not willing to do certain things to be with him, but you're willing to be stupid enough to stay with him.
Exactly. And not to mention, too, I really do think that, and I've said this before, sometimes you have to be seen so you can be embraced. And I really think Charlie, because child, her cougar, that was Alexis cougar friend that said, condoms, Rose, condoms. But to that point, I don't know how many friends Charlie has. I'm not saying this to slight Charlie's friends, but I don't think that Charlie has a friend like Alexis who can keep it a buck, stand on business, and not give a shit how you feel. I don't know if Charlie has a friend like that. And I hope that their friendship evolves and grows and rises, because Alexis was very clear on that balcony and in that reunion. Even, Toronto, which as a host, you have to be neutral. But it's just like, girl, and this is what Toronto was trying to say so many words. Like, girl, he just said it. He just said it. Like, he done. And then even Toronto was confused. Like, wait, what? Did you really just say, if you need me, holler at me for anything? Really?
Listen, I want to read this long comment.
Go right ahead, my friend.
Because, we haven't gotten a long comment out, but this is about to be a summary of the show for this person. So Ghost Pepper says, the host told Irvin to have grace. If I was him, I would have told her, we're not about to eat, so ain't no grace here. So as I said, spare me. He should be able to express himself. Alicia thinks she's so great and nobody is worthy. The hug was blown out of proportion. If his friend was not considered attractive, nobody would have a problem with it. And people seem to forget she's not a random person. It's his childhood friend. Brittany is stressful. Just admit that you don't physically like Ty. Oh God, just be honest. Question. Do straight women really enjoy gay male porn? Now we're going to answer these questions after I get done reading it all, okay? Cinco was making all the effort, but Jay is iffy. What you mean you don't like long plane rides, but went to a house and stayed for however long filming was? She will fumble Cinco. Chris is a man's man. He has morals and standards. Him and Tati should give it a go. She's always smiling when his name is brought up. Everybody held Kiki accountable. She couldn't say nothing. Charlie said, in quotations, "You're making it seem like kids are a burden, which they are not." Seconds later, Jared, "Would you have come to North Carolina, kids and all?" Charlie, I couldn't do that to my kids. Your kids are a burden, but it's life and your reality. Jared is just there for free ass. He's not even hiding it. He knows that she likes him, so the potential for free ass is there, and anytime she feels to scratch that itch. Well, damn. Okay, and that's that. But let's go. One thing I want to say, okay, so they said that hug was not blown out of proportion. I feel like, or they said the hug was blown out of proportion. Mm-hmm. I don't think it was. And I don't feel like it's just because she was attractive. It's the fact that it's their whole respect thing. It's a whole boundary being a friend, period. Mm-hmm. Like, even if that is something y'all do, don't do it around his girlfriend or in an area where his girlfriend is.
Absolutely.
You know, like that should be a talk or a conversation that y'all have in between that, like childhood friend or not. And then us knowing the background about them being on this dating show together. Like there's more. And then you want to talk about how she's a porn star and
yes.
Come on. It'd be different if you just would have left certain things out. Like, hey, that's just your best friend. But no, you want to put emphasis on what she does and how she looks. And
correct.
To me, I feel like that's also what made it worse too, is what he had said previously and then how she acted when they seen each other. What do you think?
No, I fully agree with you. I think that with Clay, he looks decent enough to get by, but as they say, you know, there's a light, but nobody's home. And that's how I truly feel about him. Like, he just exists. Nothing more, nothing less. And like I said, if the shoe was on the other foot, you know, Clay would be jealous. You know what I mean? With Irving, I totally feel him. Now, we all agree that the X comment was a little much. I think we can all agree with that. However, the same token, Irving really didn't do anything wrong purposely to Alicia. If anything, I think that Irving dodged a bullet, because I remember Bishop T.D. Jakes said the only time you can ever choose who is in your life is when you are dating and who you end up marrying. That's the only person you could ever choose to be in your life. And I have never forgotten those words. I'm just like,
and that is the truest of truth.
You know what I mean? So, I'm trying to think. Did I hit all the points in that comment? Because that was a
comment. Yeah. And then so then there's other questions like, okay, so we all agree that Brittany was not physically attracted to Ty.
Oh.
So there was never going to be anything that was going to hold them together, I feel.
No, not at all.
Conversation was good online. You wasn't physically there. You physically got around each other and there was no chemistry. So yeah, we all agree that Brittany and Ty, we knew they wasn't going to work out. We knew that there wasn't going to be anything after the show. So I think we knew that. Mm-hmm. Question says, do straight women really enjoy watching gay male porn? I cannot comment on that. We're just gonna move on. We're just gonna skip that question. Okay.
Well then, okay. All right. Moving on.
And listen, we'll just say silence is never mind. Anywho. So as far as Cinco and Jay, I do not see them lasting. I don't see it. I feel like Jay could be a little bit too much, but then she's also, we heard about what Cinco's doing. What is she doing? Because Cinco still says, you know, like she said, he's giving her flowers and
monthly trips to Chicago.
Trips to Chicago right after they got done filming. He's met her family, her son. Like, he's making the necessary moves to make things work and to keep them connected. But her knowing that this man has an opportunity to go play pro ball, in Asia. Like, this is a huge opportunity. This is huge. And it seems like you're being unsupported, because if this man says, hey, I miss you, come catch a flight, this is an experience for your son. Not many kids get to experience going to a different country, especially so young. Being able to have someone that they look up to who plays, even though it's still pro ball, it's just overseas.
Right.
But
and they do, and for the record, just to give context, because you do have Big Three basketball from Ice Cube, and you have the Undisputed League from from some former WNBA stars. There are different leagues,
and they're different.
Season, yes.
There's people who play NBA. Like, so some people don't know. Like, I have a cousin who actually plays in the NBA. Well, he did. He's retired now, but he played in the NBA. He played with Kobe. He played with Mike. He played with with Pippen, all of them. Like, so I've gotten to see things, and as well as with me being, into filming and music and different stuff, I've been able to see things. So, I understand how pertinent and how special it is for someone to be able to see things that maybe a normal child can't. Absolutely. Now, when it comes to the NBA, my cousin actually was traded for Yao Ming. So Yao Ming came, and my cousin went to China.
Wait, the tall Asian Yao Ming?
Yeah, Yao Ming. My cousin was traded for Yao Ming. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Like, I mean, you guys can look up my cousin if you want. Bonzi Wells. He played for the Blazers and Celtics, some other. Yeah. So, yeah. So, like, that is something special, but it doesn't seem like Jay is trying to give her son that opportunity to have that connection.
No, and I will say this: I think at some point in time, if y'all have been dating for this long, because I'm on Oprah.com. Let's see here. Y'all been dating for 5 months. It's still new. But I will say this, I don't think you would have stayed for 5 months if you didn't think anything could develop from those 5 months. I mean, I think it was Jay who said that Cinco said, this is my last time around the block. So if you serious, cool, but if you not, let me move on. So when a man makes up his mind like that, he pretty much locked in.
Yeah. And if
like
he can come to you and let you know off type, that's what it is. And yeah, you should be just as locked in, but she don't seem, I don't know. She don't seem like she's as locked in as he is. And I feel like that's going to start creating tension, is because he's continuing to do. Yeah, he's doing, but what is she doing?
Yeah.
I don't understand that.
You have to get past the point of, and please give me love, grace, and space when I say this, because y'all know how much we ride for the kids over here, and some of the stories we've talked about on Virtual Tour Live that, ooh, child. There's the child's been at risk at times for saying what needs to be said, but that's neither here nor there. But you have to get past being a mother at some point. I say give me love, grace, and space for that, because you can never get past being a mother. But from this space, you've been with this man for 5 months, and you said that your son loves him. So usually how single mother works or single father works, if your kids don't like that person, that's a done deal, because the kids are a package deal. So if y'all already are this down the road, right, with the son, liking him or loving him rather, then that should give you more of an incentive to be at peace with this. Now, of course, there's going to be turbulence, but there's some moms and dads that they ain't got that type of commitment like that. Where we always say people make time arrangements for things that they want to care about. Cinco is willing to do it, but like you said, you so articulately as you do, beautiful. she's not willing to do anything.
No, and then let's just think about timing because, okay, yeah, they were dating 5 months, but that was 5 months before going on the show.
Exactly.
So you got to factor in the time that they was on the show with the time that it took for us to even see the show, which editing time could be anywhere, 30, 60, 90 days, could actually be 6 months. Like, we don't know exactly how long. Yeah, sometimes it's even a year. So we never know how long it actually took them. But from what we can say is, let's just go ahead and round it up that they possibly been together for a year.
Yeah.
And her son is 4. He is young. And this is, if you are going to uproot a child,
yes,
this is the time to do it.
Yep.
You don't want to wait until they're in school and made friends. Yeah, they probably made friends around the neighborhood, but it's different when you're little. Of course, I mean, kids can remember, their friends from when they was kids. But it's a different attachment. And it's easier for them to form friendships with other children in different areas at that age.
Yes.
Now, once you start getting to them, after the 7-year-old, age of 7 and up, that's when it starts becoming tricky and harder to move. So this right now, and then having the opportunity, like I said, once again, I'll keep saying it, a man who is overseas and has an opportunity of a lifetime and that can teach your son how to, one, be a man. I mean, we don't know her situation, if her baby daddy's in his life or not. Even so, the man that you're with, this is a role model for your son.
Absolutely. I feel
there's no way that I would go against that.
I feel like Jay is being Jaden Smith from the Karate Kid with that scene with Taraji P. Henson. I don't want to be here in Japan. Why would y'all move away from me? I'm so damn wrong. But that's the thing that I'm thinking of. It's like, when I moved from Arkansas to Ohio, it was a culture shock and a soul shock. But I recognize, first of all, I'm human, so I have the right to feel that. But also, too, if I allow that to consume me, right, then I'm also blocking the Calvary of God or whoever I believe in. I'm saying this from the general standpoint for our conversation that we're having. When you allow fear to dictate your movement, it also blocks the Calvary of God from sending resources for you to be at peace. Sincerely. So believe me, I get it. Moving is not easy. But sometimes you have to move in order to rise. Now, that was a bar.
And we're not even talking about moving. That definitely was bar. You need to remember that. But he's not even asking her to move.
No.
We're just talking about visits, and you shut down even a visit.
Right.
So moving seems out of the question. But then again, to me, and this is my opinion, come for me if you want to, whatever. Jay, if you want, say it to my face. I don't give a damn. But I don't feel like she's willing to put in the work, not only to cultivate this relationship even further, especially if he does leave and goes to, another country, but I don't feel like she would want to put in the work to learn the ways of that country or the culture, because it's totally different. And honestly, if it came to like her son, this is the perfect time for him to learn a new language.
Without question.
And he could definitely benefit so much more in the future by learning more than one language.
And not to mention too, if you don't know some, there is of course research, but the world is so global that there are English speaking people in Japan. They do have,
honestly, that is one of their curriculums is to learn English.
Yeah. So
English is a part of it. They have to learn it.
Right. So you definitely will be fine. It's just the fear of the unknown. What I meant by moving is sometimes it is a physical move, but sometimes it's also a decision to make a move in order for you to get to the next level as well. So let me get the poll question up. Well, actually, before the poll question, let me catch up on the comments here. I still fault the cast members who knew about Clay's baby and didn't tell Tatiana before she agreed to go to the boom boom room. Yes, there is blame to go around there for sure. Totally agree there. Dondi also said
plenty of blame.
Yes, for sure. Jace makes Cinco do the heavy lifting in their relationship, but uses her son as a pawn. Not saying she doesn't love her son, but I think we just agreed with that for sure. I think Kiki was freaking a lot. We saw her fall off the chair and suck at her thumb. You know what? I'll say this. I believe everybody has habits, right? It may not be a habit to you, but it's a habit to them. I think for Kiki, that might be a soothing thing. You know how like you had your favorite, plush growing up, or favorite blanket, or something that, soothed you growing up. And whenever you get nervous, you might laugh, you might tap your foot. So I think that might be more of a soothing thing if she's nervous about something. I could be wrong. Now,
it could be.
Everybody can do what they want to do, but in the world of 2025, when we know more, we should be able to talk about more. But I think that's truly what it is.
Yeah, I can agree with that. It definitely could be a soothing or calming mechanism for her to, be able to deal with any traumas that she's had, or just, feeling that void of loneliness. That's her thing.
Yeah.
Now, her taking accountability about her ex and lying to Brandon, that's a totally different thing.
Oh, yeah. And child, wait till y'all see that video that Solana has on her channel. We're going to get to that in just a moment. But ladies and gentlemen, this is the last poll question of the week. We have had 11 poll questions. We have been in shock. We've been in awe. We've been flabbergasted on some of them. And here's the last.
What was the other one? Flabbergasted. We've been flabbergasted.
Flabbergasted. Child, listen, and we have been this season for damn sure. This is the last poll question of the season until season 3. Now, last time we actually got an early season 2 renewal as the show was airing for season 1. The season has officially ended, so no word as of yet of a season 3. The show is up for Emmy consideration. Now, if this show wins an Emmy, it definitely will be one of OWN's biggest shows. Actually, let me see. Has the Oprah Winfrey Network won an Emmy award? Okay, so they have won a Daytime Emmy Award for on Super Soul Sunday. So they have won a Emmy Award, but I don't think they've won a has the Oprah Winfrey Network won a Primetime Emmy Award? Okay, so they have won a Primetime Emmy Award for Outstanding Documentary or Nonfiction series in 2023 for the 1619 Project. But this will be the first Primetime Emmy Award for an actual show on the Oprah Winfrey Network if they do win it. Here's the question, the final question of the season, y'all. Which couple's final decision shocked you the most in the season finale? Chris and Alexis, Brandon and Kiki, Jay and Cinco, or Jared and Charlie?
Let's see, which couple's decision shocked you? I think we have this last week, because I think the one that shocked.
Let me see. What was the question from last
Let's
week?
see.
Was Brittany too flirty with other men in the house? That was the last question.
Was that? I thought we answered that one before.
Wait, did they skip episode 10?
Yeah, that's what I said. I thought we did that one last week. Okay, so So then, okay, so I guess it's from last week.
Okay, that's interesting. Yo, because I'm with you. I thought the season finale there wasn't. Hang on, let me see something real quick. Let me go back. See, this is the power of YouTube, and this is why you label every single show.
All right.
Let me hang on. Let me go to episode 10. Yeah, I'm gonna go
because I
straight.
think Chris and Alexis was because we knew Jared and Charlie weren't leaving together. Jay and Cinco. Maybe it was because I think Brandon and Kiki was at 5%. Jay and Cinco and Chris and Alexis was like at 70 something. I don't know. I could be wrong, but I could have
Okay, wait a
sworn.
minute. Hang on, I'm about to show y'all right now. Hang on, give me a moment. Here it is here. So this was last week's question for the season finale.
Okay,
they
so I
didn't
was
have
not
a-
tripping.
No, you were not tripping. So they
Okay.
didn't have a poll question for the reunion. It would have been nice for a poll question for the reunion.
Well, I guess we can answer it again because I mean, I
Yeah.
thought we picked Chris and Alexis. I think they were the top one.
Yeah, I think we did do Chris and Alexis, yes. So we can do them again, I guess.
Matter of fact, let's go ahead and see if there's a difference between last week and this week. So,
Okay.
what was the percentage for last week?
So last week here, hang on, let me play it here. Go back. Okay, let me turn this up. Really, technology? That's what we doing? A blank result? Well, as we're waiting. One thing to know, two things for sure. You always get a live reaction on this channel here. It's legitimately not showing it. Okay, hang on. Let me refresh it. Okay, Chris and Alexis submit. Okay, here we go, y'all. Y'all, you know what? Y'all, Charlie and Jared did not show up. Damn. Nobody was surprised at all. America said, fuck this shit, we're out. No thanks. I'm about to get the fuck up out of here. Fuck this shit, I'm out. I swear to God. Why am I at so Brandon and Kiki at 5.6%. Jay and Cinco at 16.7%. And Child at 77.8%. Chris and Alexa was the most shot couple in this episode. So there it is. Those are the results. You know what the poll question should have been for the reunion, Gigi?
What?
Out of the couples, if they would have swapped, which couple do they believe would have made it? I feel like
Yeah,
that would have been a great,
that would have been a good one.
reunion question, because it's basically kind of the same question from this one, but just remixed.
Yeah, yeah. That would have been a good poll question.
Damn you on hell, dragging our mental health and shit all season. We could get a reunion question. But then again, child, like, we asked for a reunion, so at least we got that. But still, if you're gonna do a reunion episode, you should have done a reunion poll question too. I mean, common sense. Child. I think which one did you say? You said Chris and Tatiana, right? Would be
Yeah.
that would make it.
I think Chris and Tatiana would make it.
I think there could be something there. You know what I mean?
I could even see there being something with Brandon and Charlie.
Yeah. Yeah. And you know, it was funny because somebody said, "Oh, you know, Charlie is kikiing," and Taronda said, "Everybody calm down." I'm like, Taronda, this is when you take an inch and let that thing be a mouth. Just be still. Let them talk. Let them be grown. Let them utilize their faculties to communicate. But it's all love, though. Okay, y'all. So here is our good sister Talk with Solana. This is Kiki, Tatiana, Jay, and Jared exposing the cast and productions. Child, they had a lot to say. You ready, Gigi?
I'm ready.
All right, let's get into it.
We have to see the face. We have to see the face.
It's 12 o'clock at night over here. It's
Be
late.
Camille, just know that just know that I know. Just know that I know.
You know what?
I knew everything before it was even said in that house.
Oh,
I had the
never
insight. Go ahead, Jared. Where your face at?
What's up? It's right here. You can see my teeth. Look.
Any questions for Jared? I know y'all got.
Why did those teeth look like those glow-in-the-dark stars that?
Stop it! Stop it! Oh, stop it!
I'm gonna go back.
It was even said in that house.
Oh,
I had the
never
insight. Go ahead, Jared. Where your face at?
What's up? It's right here. You can see my teeth. Look.
You know what? Go to the corner right now. To the corner.
What did that house is my fault? What did he the one who showed his teeth on Instagram with 22 people watching?
It's bedtime. It's bedtime.
Roll it on.
Any questions for Jared? I know y'all got him. I know y'all got him for Jared. Public enemy number
that
one.
y'all hate Jared so bad. He was probably the nicest guy in the house.
I don't know why people hate
literally
Jared.
the nicest guy in the
Like
house.
what did he do wrong?
Jared is who y'all think Brandon is.
Yeah, that's true. Yep. Jared was very pleasant and he was in nobody's business and all he did was have his little drinks and go lay down and sleep and do his thing.
I was not.
Yeah, he had a good time. He ate good.
Party time, party
Jared
people.
have his little drinks and go lay down. I don't know why people hate
literally
Jared.
the nicest guy in the
Like
house.
what did he do wrong?
Jared is who y'all think Brandon is.
Yeah, that's true.
Whoa! Jared is who y'all think Brandon is. That's a statement, Kiki. I don't think that Brandon lied about having any children. And I don't think that Brandon played you. Hey, Nikki News, good to see you, my friend. Hopefully all is well with you. Always good to see you, my friend. Y'all like, comment, share, subscribe to Nikki News and Narcissism.
Hey, Nikki News.
Dondi says Jared's probably with another woman and wants to keep her in the dark. That was a bold statement that Kiki made of that Jared is who y'all think Brandon is. And I'm just like, well, I don't think Brandon lied about having children. I don't
Hold on, wait a second. What is that supposed to mean? Because from what we seen, Jared ain't shit. And at least Brandon was trying. So you telling me Brandon is a liar and a deceiver and Jared is
that's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. No.
He didn't lie about children. He didn't try to drag you along. Actually, he really tried to show love to you. But also, too, listen to what Jay said here. Hang on.
Jared. Public enemy number
that
one.
y'all hate Jared so bad. He was probably the nicest guy in the house.
I don't know why people hate
literally
Jared.
the nicest guy in the
Like
house.
what did he do wrong?
Jared is who y'all think.
This is why you know Jay ain't shit, because what did he do wrong?
What did he do wrong?
What? If Jared was her man and he did all that to her, she would not be asking what did he do wrong.
Heifer, if you don't get on that plane to Asia and shut your ass up, move it on.
Think Brandon is.
Yeah, that's true. Yep. Jared was very pleasant and he was in nobody's business and all he did was have his little drinks and go lay down and sleep.
He was in nobody's business.
He was in so many people's business that
try to give Dr. Phil advice to Tatiana, or did Jay watch the same show?
Matter of fact, wasn't he also trying to give advice to Brittany?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Listen, just because he drinks his drinks, goes lay down and sleeps. He was in everybody's business. We've seen that. And just because he was a certain way and friendly with y'all, the woman that he was there for, he was shitty to. He was doing shitty things by lying to her. He was doing shitty things by deceiving her. He was doing shitty things by manipulating her. Regardless of if she was being stupid and allowing the shit to happen, it's still that he was doing these things to the person he was there with. So that's the one who can actually speak on him being a nice guy or not. Y'all were basically outsiders. Y'all are irrelevant to what was happening in the relationship. But the fucked up thing is y'all seen what he was doing. So how can you ask, what did he do wrong?
And not to mention, most of you women voted for the fact that the hug took Tatiana over the edge. So would it be fair to say that
Jay's the one who even said it?
Yeah, I was about to say, wouldn't it be fair to say that Kiki and Jay ain't shit to Tatiana in this moment right now? Woo, child, these are friends who need enemies. Rolling on. I mean, what the fuck?
And
I was not.
Yeah, he had a good time. He ate good.
Party time, party people.
Uh-huh.
I had me a
So
blast.
y'all hating Jared? I don't understand the hate either. But
I ain't gonna cap. I said some crazy shit.
it was funny,
Yeah.
like
Yeah, don't try to make it seem like
It was funny shit.
That's what I'm saying, Jay. Like you, that's how I know that you and Cinco ain't finna last long. Because that shit right there, like you think it was funny him being disrespectful to another woman. It was funny him doing what he did and saying what he said to the woman that he's supposed to be with. That was funny.
It was.
If
funny
that was Cinco doing that to you, would it be funny?
Was it funny when he put down an alleged yes, but when he put down a fuck no? Okay, child. Yep. Cinco, I will just say this. Jay is a low-key Sienna. You need to run.
Yeah, honey, you definitely need to run because she's one of those. She will hide her hand.
Shut that part.
he was an angel. He was a
Nah, yeah, I ain't gonna cap. I knew what I was doing, but look, I seen it as look, they gave us the opportunity to go. Gonna cap. I knew what I was doing, but look.
Don't try to make it seem like he was an angel. He was a
Nah,
Oh, don't make it seem like he was angry.
yeah, I ain't gonna cap. I knew what I was doing.
I was gonna
but
say
look, I
Tatiana
seen
was
it
not
as-
agreeing with that shit. I did
seen
not
it
hear
as,
her
look, they
agree
gave us
with him.
Yeah, that's why I had to play it one more time.
Opportunity to go and do confessional. So my ass, I was gonna confess to everything that I was thinking. I feel like I did it the right
that's
way.
what I did too.
It might not
That's
have been
I did
what
too.
people wanted to hear, but I gave the man's perspective on a lot of things, and
Yeah.
a lot of people didn't like to hear it. So that's-
Wait a minute, Gigi. How many? We've done 11 after shows together, right?
Yeah, for this season.
We and Jared do what the fuck we do on the show. I didn't realize that there was a companion show that aired right after at 9/8 Central, only here #on Keeping It Real, or you can go Discovery Plus to see the companion show. Did you know about a companion show?
I
Because I
didn't.
think you and me were supposed to host it, apparently. Because what the fuck? He gave
Jared,
the real perspective on the show? Okay.
Oh goodness, Jared, just
If that was the case, me and Gigi are missing 11 checks for $10 million for each episode from the Oprah Winfrey Network, if that's the damn case.
that part.
Tax
Like
free.
I need my residuals. I need where's my money? Where is my money?
Bitch better have my money. Pay
Right?
me what you owe me. Because what the fuck? Okay, let's roll on, child. I can't with this shit. Okay.
Jared is blunt and I'm blunt, but my blunt is more aggressive, and Jared was more chill with his bluntness. So people hate me But they hate Jared too. But
Jared was chill with his bluntness. Yeah, you and Cinco are not gonna make it. And recognize, y'all, this is on their own personal Instagrams. This ain't OWN's Instagram, okay? They ain't gotta do no more fluff for the show. This is on their own, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, Kiki is just mad that Brand won't put up with her stuff, that part. Dondi also said Jay must not have watched the show Revisionist History. And then if Jay and Kiki knew about Clay's babe before she and Clay went to the boom room, I'm surprised she's not mad at them. We know Jared knew that part. Rolling on, child.
Yeah, I feel like we can appreciate that you didn't, pull a Clay. It wasn't like a wolf in sheep's clothing, I guess.
Yeah, just one way.
To be honest with y'all, when me and Charlie were leaving the date from the little pottery place, I told CG right then and there, like, hey, I want to tell her right now. And they was like, nah. Yeah, they were like, no, why would you do that? And I was like, bruh, because
that's crazy.
I don't want this shit on my head. Yeah, and they told me no. And then of course, I woke up to it later on.
I don't think y'all understand how much production had to play in everything that we did.
Right.
Yeah.
They shut us down to disarm us, because when we first got to the house, they called a house meeting and was like, hey, we don't get involved. Like, we're not that kind of production. Yep. But they was messy as hell. They definitely played a part in how shit played.
They had people thinking that I forcefully wanted to be the last one in the house, and I wanted to plan on it. I didn't plan that stupid ass basketball. They production played that stupid ass that they made me do that loving basketball shit. I didn't want to do that shit. I'm a fucking Barbie. I don't want to do that shit.
Rihanna's a Barbie, child.
I was about to say, you a Barbie.
That part, child.
More like a Cabbage Patch Kid.
This
heifer is a garbage pail kid, and she talking about a Barbie.
I just came up with a new word. You ready?
What?
I am flabbermachoked right now. I am flabbermachoked. I am flabbermachoked. Not a Cabbage Patch garbage pail kid. Okay.
I feel like with that comment, all of Nikki's fans need to just come out the woodwork. Just pull up on her head. Like, what?
Like,
you are not allowed. Bitch, you are not even allowed to buy Barbies at Toys R Us.
Oh my God.
You can't go to Five Below and buy a Barbie, the Dollar Tree, Family Dollar, Dollar General, Walmart, Toys R Us, Party City. Wherever they sell dolls, you are not allowed in there.
I mean, the Toys R Us jingle is more beloved than Jay's existence. And, Rihanna's a Barbie. Because guess what? She can be the homegirl in Barbados and then go host her own gala to raise money and still be for the culture and treat everybody with respect. I feel like if I ever met Riri and she said, hey, I know Gigi 9, I know Braylon Lee, or I know this content creator, I'm like, wait, you watch? And she'd be like, I don't care that they got 3,000. I don't care they got 500. Riri is a Barbie. You, what? Let's roll on. This is just delusion. In the words of Nene Leakes, this girl is delusional.
Same with Dave and Buster's.
The hell? I'm like,
wait, same with Dave and Buster. Okay. Now, time to get some production behind the scenes tea, okay? Sometimes, I'll put it like this in the words of Unreal, which if you have not seen Unreal, it was a fabulous show that was on.
Oh my gosh, yes, it was such a good show.
On Hulu. And you know what's funny? Sarah Gartrude Shapiro, Gigi, she is the executive producer on Matlock on CBS. I had no idea. If I wouldn't know, I wouldn't watch it. But I commented on Unreal because let me tell you something. Unreal really took swings in the world of reality TV through scripted television before it even came to the real world. Like the first Black Bachelor, the Confederate bikini, before the world we're in right now. The sexism and the undercurrent of go along to get along, but if you caught up, you're on your own. That brilliant social commentary. It was on Tubi the last time I checked. But I bring that up to say that Rachel said the best definition of producer. A producer takes people, puts them in a situation, and then she creates circumstances for things to happen. That's what producers do. Now, I'm sure that production has a lot more, and me and Gigi have both said this show is definitely more invested in. Okay. So I'm sure that Dave & Buster's was not just the only option. Okay. We're sure of it. But even with that, you got to go to Dave & Buster's on their dime. So what are we complaining for? Okay.
I want to know because listen, I love Dave & Buster's. Do you? Listen.
Dave & Buster's
call me simple if you want to, but stuff like that is fun as fuck, right?
Right.
Especially when you're going as an adult. Like it's different when you have to take kids because you have to, take them to the games that they want to play and be right there with them, and it's about them. But no. When you're on a date and it's you and another fucking adult, y'all can get drunk as shit and play basketball and try to race each other and realize that one of y'all's drunker than the other, so you got the upper hand.
That part.
Love that shit.
And not to mention too, like I said, Dave & Buster's can be expensive. So they paid for it.
Yeah, that's just like the women who say they won't go to Cheesecake Factory on a first date. Listen,
I don't get that. I'm like, hey, question real quick, and no shade to no woman or man with this question, but if you are more concerned about going to the Cheesecake Factory than the fact that he or she is not an abuser when your last relationship could have had some DV in it, some of y'all's focus is fucked up and it is way off. Okay. Now, if it does not apply, let it fly. But
listen,
it must apply.
How are you going to say that you want a man to take you to or you won't go with a man if he take you to Cheesecake Factory when your last man barely even took you to McDonald's because he didn't even have enough to even order off the value menu?
Come on.
Nah.
Child.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? I mean, thank God that they only went to Dave & Buster's. Could you imagine if because Oprah, and I wish the Oprah Winfrey Network would utilize Oprah's power just a little bit more often. But can you imagine if they went to Disneyland and Kiki said, I didn't want to go to Disneyland, they made me do it. Speaking of somebody who's never went to Disneyland, the park that started the theme park industry, I would love to go on somebody's dime that I didn't have to pay for shit. I'm rolling on. Yeah. Casting team, y'all. Captain team needs a team meeting and needs to be ringed out. You did your job, but child, you gave a lot of people a headache this season. Rolling on.
Like, what about now people think, oh, she's this person. No, I don't want to do that stupid shit. They did that. It'd be cute. You guys are both tall.
But I ain't gonna lie.
It kind of work. Jared, have you been able to free yourself from Charlie yet?
Maybe I was free after the first night.
No, that's
Fuck you.
That's crazy. Well, asking the other villain, how did you feel about our couples coupling up?
Oh yeah.
Asking the other villain, you do realize that you saying that just adds fuel to the fact that Jay is a villain. Okay, child.
I thought it was cool. I thought it was cool. Everybody's an adult.
Yep.
Yeah, I wasn't pressed about it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pressed about it. Shit,
She was pressed about it
niggas still in the group
because
chat.
she
Can't be
lost
mad at
out
it.
on
Shit,
Brandon.
like Jay said, you can't hate the player.
I say it all the time. You can't hate the
play
person.
shit.
He just playing the game.
Exactly.
That's why I told you can't be mad at Jared. What did he do wrong? He said that stuff. He went along with it. He kept it P. He having a good time. Why y'all mad at him? He being a man.
You know what, Jay? Jay is being a man too. Jay is just a man because I'm telling you, the way that she acts, that's why I feel like, girl, when they asked that question, when they was talking about if you've had sex with multiple people in a day or whatever, girl, yes, and you did that shit recently, and you're probably still doing it now. Because even when they was talking, when her people came and she was basically telling Cinco like, if I say it, you just trust it. I don't need to prove nothing.
Yes, that was to the passwords of the phone. Yes.
Yeah, that right there just shows how she is. Jay's a player. Why would she go over to Japan if she can have revolving dick where she's at?
That part.
She's not gonna chase him. And the further he is away, the easier it is for her to do what she's gonna do. That's why she's saying that, because her ass is playing Cinco like a fiddle. And once he really realizes that she is no good for him, he'll walk away if he hasn't already.
To use some lyrics from auntie that should still be here, but who is in heaven. Where do broken hearts go? Do they find their way home? Roll it up.
Tati, I want you to pull over. I don't like that you're doing this and driving.
He did the smart thing. Like, he got his bag. He enjoyed himself. I wish Clay would have did that. Because, like, nigga, why are you trying to fucking go home? Like, let's get our fucking money and then we don't have to talk no more. Like, it's not that serious.
It pissed me off so bad when y'all went home.
But also, too, like, I get that, but also, too, a bag shouldn't be everything. You know what I mean? Like, Jared got to the bag because he didn't give a fuck about Charlie. Okay? Now, if Jared cared and was a decent person all the way through, then you can use that logic. But Tati, I gotta push back on you. I still love you, and Gigi still loves you too, and you definitely are more beloved than Jared. But like, no. To mess over somebody and still get a bag, you can be glad for the bag, but morally you fucked. Okay.
Honestly, with them, that's just what it is. Y'all, it's a money grab. So y'all go ahead, get your 15 minutes of fame, get your Instagram followers up. You know what I'm saying? And
Jared would say your whole count up.
Yeah, your whole count up. Yeah, go ahead and rack it up and be what it is, because y'all wasn't there to truly date and be in a relationship with someone. Y'all was there to get exposed. Y'all was there for just a simple exposure, and that's it. Because if you really was there for each other or really in a relationship, that bag ain't shit, because outside of that TV show, y'all gonna get to the bag together. So what you make on this show ain't gonna mean shit. That's just an investment into y'all's future. But that's not really what they was looking for.
No, not at all. Because like I said, and I think you also agree with me on this, eventually the right couple will get a spinoff show from the Never Ever Mets.
Absolutely.
That's a great foundation for spinoffs to be spinoffing.
Or a season 10 wedding, like they did for Ready to Love.
Yes. Without question. So, child.
Jared, you have a good question.
Oh, and by the way, y'all, this is real. Okay, we don't make up anything to exist on social media. This is all real. Okay, let's get this straight. So they can't say it was Taronda. They can't say it's on. They can't say it's Bum Murray Productions. They can't say it's me and Gigi. They can't say it's nobody in their life telling them what to say. This is all them. Here we go.
Have a good time.
You said I have a question.
Jared, I want to know how you give wise advice like a healthy partner, but don't want to be in a healthy partner, or whatever the hell they say. You don't want to be a partner.
Oh, not you disrespecting the virtual audience. Let me go back and ask the question real quick. How do you give wise advice like a healthy partner, but don't want to be a healthy partner in a relationship? Gigi, how many seconds did that take for me to be a good host?
Well, I mean, see, well, that's the difference. You're a good host. She's just a good hoe. My bad, y'all. That's in my opinion.
Good damn. Okay. Roll it on.
Partner, or whatever the hell they say. You don't want to be a partner or healthy.
Oh, well, when I am in a relationship, I'm a very healthy partner. I know exactly what to do.
Wait a minute, not him choking.
He couldn't get that lie out. That lie was not, he was lying.
You know what people say when you choking? God didn't want you to speak.
Right?
I just did not see that as a healthy relationship. She decided to play in my face, so I decided to play in hers. You know, and it is what it is.
It is what it is. Y'all need to not.
Wait, did you say that's fair, Tatiana? After what you've been through? Okay.
Hate him. He didn't do anything wrong.
So you decided that after the kids?
No, like think about it this way. All right, so if we would have went on the show, and like I said, I went on the show only thinking I had a secret. So if we would have went on the show and I would have told her and she wouldn't have had no secrets, y'all would have seen a completely different Jared. I'd have been down.
So you would have been trying to make it work?
Exactly, yeah. I had nothing to be upset about.
Okay.
And I would have felt like my whole time there, I would have had to have been like playing catch up. Like I had something to prove, you know what I mean? So I would have been completely different.
Yeah.
I would have been like Clay Vache, but I would have been true to it, you know what I mean?
So you basically are willing to be a chameleon.
Yeah.
And just blend into what is comfortable to you, but not just full-fledged color that you carry yourself out to be. You know, hang on one second, because I did bring up a chameleon, and I do have a very good friend that, you know, he definitely knows about accidents, because Jared and Jay and Kiki. I'm not going to be too much on Tatiana because people actually like Tatiana. But for Jared, Jay, and Kiki, this is my friend Terrence Howard, and he sells Allstate. I want you to listen to what he does for people like y'all.
And every day, man. But here at Allstate, we're and every day, man. But here at Allstate, we're in charge. I know you guys are tired of taking from a talking gecko, man. A verbalizing lizard, a manipulating reptile, man. Come on, ain't nobody got coverage like us, man. I have absolutely no idea who hands you're in right now. But if you let us handle your insurance, man, you'll be in good hands, man. Let all stand, man. Go ahead and let it stand, man. Let it stand, man.
A manipulating reptile. Look at that.
Oh my goodness.
Accidents happen every day, man. But here are Allstate very harsh.
I don't know who handed you in, man. I can't. Oh.
The hands of Allstate is more secure than Jay, Kiki, and Jared. Damn it. And Terrence Howard doesn't even do Allstate commercials.
I love Terrence Howard, but that is one crying brother. Like every movie, he's got to cry. Like, but he is smart as hell, though. A lot of people don't know, but he is very, very smart, and he actually came up with a new mathematical formula that people are using. So yeah, Terrence Howard, he's very intelligent, but he's emotional.
Yes, he is. Hang on, I'm trying to find that. Hang on, let me see, because I know exactly what you're talking about. Hang on, give me a moment. I think this is the clip right here. Okay. So, now Terrence Howard, Best Man, Hustle and Flow, Empire, this man's a motherfucking ass legend, okay? But the way that Terrence Howard speaks is the way that Jay, Jared, and Kiki are speaking. I just want you to listen to this and then we'll roll on.
I've made some discoveries in my own personal life with the science that, Pythagoras was searching for. I was able to open up the flower of life properly and find the real wave conjugations that we've been looking for 10,000 years. Why would I continue, walking on water for tips when I've got an entire generation to teach a whole new world?
That's a big remark.
Yeah.
What do you intend to do?
Well, let me put it this way. All energy in the universe is expressed in motion. All motion is expressed in waves. All waves are curved. So where does the straight lines come from to make the platonic solids? There are no straight lines. So when I took the flower of life and opened it properly, I found a whole new wave conjugations that expose the in-between spaces. It's the thing that holds us all together.
Listen, Jared, Jay, and Kiki are the wave conjugation, okay? More like constipation, but
right.
They're there. They're
So
there.
so loud and wrong. It's the thing that holds us together. Motherfucker, let us loose. Let us loose. Let us fucking loose. Going back to the damn clip. Shit.
Okay, good. Because he wasn't all bad, y'all. But
He wasn't. I mean, he was doing the right stuff, just at the wrong time.
yeah, we could have had fun. Like, I don't know. My whole objective, I was thinking, like, I'm going to come. We're going to be booed up the whole time. Like, but this nigga just kept playing. It's like, why can't you just choose?
Also, she was on the show to be there. Jared, do you actually not want to be in a monogamous relationship, or do you feel like you just had to be that extreme for Charlie to get it?
Nah, it's just not. I'm not in a monogamous phase in my life. Like I was, and I have phases, but just at this point in time, I'm not in a monogamy type of mind.
Gotta respect it.
I see a couple more gray hairs, I might slow down.
I'm so done.
Let me see. I honestly, listen to me. I don't think she actually wanted Cinco. I did not think. I didn't think that she did not want Ty, so she gave the other guys her attention because she did not want Ty. So
Yeah, I think
anybody
she was-
but
I-
Ty can get her attention.
I think
That's
she
what
was
I
just
think.
bored.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
Because
she
it was
boring.
boring.
It was y'all. We didn't have
If you
nothing to
and your
do.
man was not getting along, or y'all wasn't like, it was so boring. Like me and Brandon couldn't stand each other for a week, and I was bored. I was so bored.
Yeah,
I wish
well, I
they
never
would've
got
let us
bored,
switch
but
up. They should have let us be single who wants to be single. Like, why we gotta be together to be on the show? I would have been like, okay, bye, and then I would have been talking to Chris.
yeah.
Oh shit.
Well, damn. Her and Chris are probably conjugating.
Yeah. It's so interesting, Gigi, how you and me, being the media nerds of social media that we are, how just somehow, we never really get the credit that we deserve, but somehow what we say always gets into the ether, just
I know. Well, as long as we keep speaking it into existence, we will soon be hosting on Own ourselves.
Come on.
So let's just...
Because this don't make no damn sense. Because
None.
like Gigi said earlier, I did say that eventually somebody, two couples, they're not going to stand each other and then they're going to swap. And Exhibit A. Child.
They could have done
That's
Wait, did you say something, Gigi?
No.
Okay.
my thing. That's my thing on that. She just was bored and
They need
she
to
was
change
drunk
that.
a lot
That
too.
would
when
be
she
so
was
much
drunk.
better if we could switch people. Like that would be so much better.
Did y'all like Taronda? Taronda was there 2 times. Next.
I wasn't.
Or if couples got
She
voted
was
off,
too
that would
bougie
have
for
been
me.
funny.
I couldn't say it. That's true. Did y'all wait? How many times y'all with Taronda? I saw her twice, maybe 3 times. That's Taronda.
It's crazy they trying to put her up for Emmy consideration. She ain't do nothing.
She didn't do a thing, y'all. The couple that was in that song taking all day to come out is just to leave. Bye, Taronda. Goodbye, Taronda.
She was kind of
We from the
funny.
same area. Bye, Taronda.
No shade, but it's true. Like,
Take the shade if you want to, Taronda, because she was getting tougher. She was getting tough for me a little bit. I ain't like her dynamic with me on when we was there anyway. So I really was never feeling Taronda.
Jay wasn't feeling nobody that had pushback for her. Anybody that got any pushback you don't like. And that's just what it is. Period.
Right.
And even though Taronda only showed up 2 times, it don't matter if she didn't show up at all. Still, she's Taronda.
That part.
She's more of a Barbie than you.
That part. She was on the
And y'all
show.
gotta understand, y'all are here on a 2nd season. She's already showed her face on a 1st season.
That part. This got picked up for season 2 while season 1 was on the air. And also too, Jay, she was on a show on Fox that put Fox on the map for scripted television called Empire. Okay. So she don't really need the show. But yet you went on the show. And Jared, you said that Taronda was too bougie. You can't say who's bougie or humble at all, motherfucker.
And what? Was she bougie because she wasn't paying your ass no attention?
Right. Why is he giving me the energy of Chris from the 1st season when Chris said what he said about women and Taronda reamed his ass a new one? Like, the fuck?
That's what it is. I think that they didn't like the fact that she was giving pushback, even though she only showed up 2 times for 5 minutes. Because even Josh said it. Josh said that, last season Taronda showed up for the couple minutes that we see is about how long she was there, and that's that.
Right.
But still, the fact of the matter is she is the host of the show.
Yes.
She was chosen for a reason to host this show.
Absolutely.
And she's bringing life into it, regardless of if she's just showing up sometimes or what. She can show up one time, but whatever game she gives you in that one time that she shows up is enough to carry on for the rest of the season.
And plus, not only that, what y'all don't really and this is why there needs to be more people like you and me, Gigi, having the careers that other people are having. Not saying everybody doesn't deserve their career. Y'all calm down. No one is shading, dragging, or trying to malign y'all, okay? We're just saying if we can have more people like me and Gigi and others who move like us, you guys would not be as confused to what you're seeing in front of you. Because what y'all don't know is while she is showing up that one time, before she shows up that one time, she's getting briefed by producers. Do y'all not know her schedule is longer than y'all's? Because she got to hurry up and wait for production to have everything together for the activity, for the toss off to the therapist, right? Now, of course, she has a little bit of an abbreviated schedule because she's the conduit. You guys are the stars of the show. And Jared, you better hope, you dumb fuck, that this show wins an Emmy, because guess what? Like I said, the only Emmy awards that they won was for the 1619 Project and for Super Soul Sunday. I don't believe that the Oprah Winfrey Network has won a Primetime Emmy Award. So if this gets a Primetime Emmy Award, let's see. Gigi, how long has the Bachelor franchise been on ABC?
Oh, goodness. Too long.
That part.
Too long. We're
like over 30 years, but either way, like you said,
I was gonna say, we're shit.
Yeah.
We are up there.
Yeah. So if
But
this
then
show,
I feel like they have to think about the fact of Taronda is coming unless she signed a contract saying that she was only going to host that show. She has other gigs and things that she's doing.
yes,
She's filming and doing other shows, or filming movies or whatever she's doing. This is not her only thing that she is doing.
no,
Like I said, unless she signed that contract saying that she's not going to do any other work except for this until filming is done. Okay, that's one thing.
Yep.
But I doubt with the amount of time, if y'all saying that y'all only saw her twice within the 3 weeks that you guys were there, then clearly she's probably doing some other filming.
absolutely,
She has real shit that she's doing.
that part.
And this is the way to give, like you said, let them be the stars of the show.
Yes.
She's a host. She's
Right.
not there to be with you every single day. No, you guys are there to manage yourself, just like production. Y'all said production said, hey, they're not getting involved. So this is a hands-off thing. This is hands-free. So she's not gonna be around you guys like that.
This is
But y'all,
this is a
yeah.
Bluetooth brand production.
Right. You should be happy that you even have someone like Taronda
That part.
come and host the show.
Absolutely, and not to mention too, to land our plane here, Jared. If this gets an Emmy nomination, like Gigi said, the Bachelor franchise has been on too long. If this gets an Emmy nomination, motherfucker, you do realize you will be alumni of an Emmy award-winning show, which could give you some bags. But see, this is why you gotta let people be mental strange fruit sometimes in trees for themselves. Because you know what I would do, Gigi? If I was on, I'll be like, oh, bet. When the Emmys come up, don't send Jay an Emmy invite. Don't send Jared an Emmy invite. Let them all be at the house. And I'll be bougie enough to say, hey, guess what? You know what? We're going to do something that we've never done before. If you're a content creator, we're going to have 10 fans of the Never Ever Mets fly out for the Emmys. And guess what? When the Never Ever Mets win, and if you're not a part of anything moving forward, you fucked your own self up the ass with no lube. So you better hope it wins an Emmy, because that means that could be a potential highway. That could be a potential lane on the highway for you to drive on. But you don't see that right now. And Jay don't want to get on a flight to Asia, so she better hope it wins an Emmy too. Like, I swear, Gigi, does it not amaze you who gets a platform and who doesn't? I mean, just, and not to mention too.
Listen, I wonder. I'm like, what is going on?
I mean, we're the cause of our own rise and demise. I'm like, so why is it up for Emmy consideration? Motherfucker, do you not realize you're on Black Network and that's a black woman you ruined against? Gigi, am I making sense here? Like, the fact that they would be upset.
You definitely are, but this is coming from
Emmy nominated show is there's other people that have been in Hollywood for years that would love to be a part of an Emmy nominated or Emmy consideration show. Go ahead, Gigi.
No, because that is so true. And what's so crazy about it is the fact that this is coming from a man who can't be in a monogamous relationship. Jay probably can't really be in one either. And Kiki, you so confused that you don't know if you want an ex that don't want you or somebody that does want you.
Come on.
You don't even know the difference. Y'all know nothing about production.
Not a damn thing.
Or even what it takes to be nominated. To even be nominated is something to be proud of.
Absolutely.
But the way that y'all are speaking as if it is a burden or something bad, no. It's good for it to be nominated for an Emmy. Are you kidding me?
Child.
But that just speaks to y'all have no idea.
They spoke to Auntie Janelle, who said that the executive producers are
Yeah.
sponsoring, and they are her friends. So that's who they spoke to. They spoke to Auntie Janelle from Red and Love. That's what.
Yeah.
The only one who came out unscathed was Tatiana, because she said no shade, but it's true. But you also saw that Tatiana didn't disrespect Taronda either.
Right. She didn't take it further. And, you know, like I said, Jay's mad because she got pushed back. Jared, you too. Like that. She wasn't looking at you. I don't know if you think that you're just some real good looking guy that everybody's supposed to pay attention to. You know, that's not the case.
Exactly. Did Sienna get pushed back from Taronda as well first season?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, Toronto. She don't be playing, and I think that's what it is. Even though she comes in only 2 or 3 times during the, you know, the entire season. So what? She gives enough in that time, just like I spoke about earlier. In filming, 15 to 30 seconds is enough for you to do a lot. If you have a minute, you have a minute is damn near like a lifetime in production, because you have so much that you can get done in that minute.
Factual.
Why do you guys think that you see PSAs that are 30 minutes, or 30 seconds, or 15-second ones, little 15-second commercials? Because in that 15 to 30 seconds, you can get out an entire advertisement.
Absolutely.
So her coming for those little brief moments is enough. It's enough for the show. It's enough for the cast. It's enough for the crew. And it's enough for us viewers. She does not need to be there all the time, because that's going to take away from the cast.
Right. Yep. And not to mention too, Bun Murray Productions on the Oprah Winfrey Network hired her. So, and last time I checked, question, Gigi, does Own and Bun Murray need them, or does the cast need them? I'm a little confused here.
I mean, I could be.
They seem to think that they massa.
This must be a new world.
It's a slave.
This is a new world, because evidently they are the production team, and you know, their own. Okay, they're the ones who are making it all possible. They're writing checks, even though I thought that they were the ones who were getting the checks. But clearly, from the way that they're acting, they act like they done acquired Own or something. Y'all barely.
I just hope that. No, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was gonna say y'all just now getting y'all Instagram followers up, and y'all think that y'all the shit.
That part. I just like I said, I hope when Emmy time comes, don't send them no Emmy invites. And let their ass sit at home and win and listen. You know that scene from I Can Do It All Bad by Myself, when that black man finally came around, when his son finally made into the NBA, and be like, "Hey, I'm a part of that Emmy winning show." No, you're not. But yes, sir, I was on. No, oh no. You forgot the Instagram live you did,
right?
But in the words of DJ Cal, congratulations, you played yourself.
You played yourself.
Hey, my people hit your people.
Okay. Oh my God. 1, 2, 3, 8. From the show.
Hello, I tell them every week.
My auntie said she watch us every week.
Hey, auntie.
Let me see. Ty was giving Granddaddy vibes. Ty was really cool. They just wasn't ready. They weren't for each other. Yeah.
I did not like Ty in the beginning, because Ty came at me like in the beginning.
Yeah, he came for you.
But the men had like a romance very early on.
But I don't know. I don't know. Tyler's cool.
But I like Ty.
Ty just wasn't. Yeah,
I know. I really like him now. But like the first couple of days, I was like, Ty, what the fuck? Like you hate
He
me.
did. He came for your neck. I remember.
Like,
Yeah, when we was at the table, remember like when BJ had walked off?
I feel like taking this week.
Yeah.
Look like Alexa.
He tried real hard.
I don't remember that. Yeah, I'm coming right here. You're fine.
You might not have been there, Jay.
What is that?
You might not have been there at the table that time. It was
Why
me, Brittany, and somebody else. Oh, and Alexis, right?
yeah. And he was just like, Ty was at my neck.
Oh, yeah, he was. He came for you.
Alexis had to come for you too. Remember at the end with the food?
She did, even on the reunion. Now that is one thing, but Alex always took up for the guys. Like I
did
like
too,
her,
though,
but
but
she was kind of male centered.
But people said the same thing about me. But
Huh?
I don't know. I feel like I don't know. I don't know.
I like Lex. I ain't gonna sit here and pretend like I don't. But it was just some things that rubbed me the wrong way. Like even at the reunion, what do you mean best friend? Like I wish I would have saw more of that conversation too, because
Fonzie said, Kiki.
Who said that?
I wish just Lex would have like
LeBron James.
That's right. Like on the show. Cause I feel like I didn't really get to know Lex that much while she was in the house. I feel like now I have a better sense of her personality after seeing like her posts and stuff like after the show. But she was almost never with us for real unless like she had to be or it was dinner time. So
that's very true. Who would have done better if production didn't bother?
Us.
I think Kiki and Brandon, to be honest.
It was so when I tell, because I don't want to say that, but yeah, things just it was a lot, yes, because a lot of my I guess I can say this, a lot of my interviews where I'm going in on Brandon, it's because I was under the assumption that he was going in on me, and then I watch it back and he's like being sweet, and I'm like,
you gotta understand, Kiki, that stuff was edited, so he could have been doing that too, but they edited to make him look like the good guy. You gotta remember, all this bullshit y'all see is edited.
Braylon, how many times do we have to tell them? I get so sick and tired of cast members. Every time shit comes out, they always, it's editing. Yes, production edits. And yes, they do arrange things in a way to make it seem a little more dramatic than what it is. Yes. But we can only take from what you give.
That's it.
The only way we can edit things is if you've given us something to edit. You have to give us something to work with in order for there to be edits made and arranged the way that they are. It's because of what we have filmed.
Yes.
What you've shown, the attitude you've given, the disdain you feel, the secrets you hide, all this stuff. Production does know all of that stuff beforehand. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes there's stuff that they get shocked with too. Mm-hmm. But edits are made and based off what is filmed and shot.
That's it.
So if we're steady seeing the same shit, that's because that's what the main thing is. Now, sometimes production, I'm telling you, production will stir shit up. I'm not gonna lie. The productions, especially with reality TV, it is major to kind of stir things, stir the pot, sprinkle a little salt when it should be sugar. You know, it happens. It does. Not saying that it doesn't.
Right.
But all of this production. No. Let's think about yourselves. Because just like when they was talking about the dates. Oh, Jay didn't want to do that whole love and basketball stuff because she don't even like it. She's a Barbie. Kiki didn't want to do Dave and Buster's. The production did that. Okay, well, let's just ask this question. If it wasn't for production at that time, would y'all have taken the initiative to take these men out on dates yourselves?
Come on.
What would you have done in place of what production paid for. That's what I want to know. Y'all talk about how bad production is, but yet y'all are not talking about what production has done for you.
Mm-hmm.
So
no, absolute facts. Because the thing that really gets to me is that with what you and everything you said was so beautiful and wash you off the gorgeous. You can say Brandon was this, that, and the third, but also too, production ain't gonna fuck up and not make the confessions correlate to what they've captured.
Right.
So, like, no, y'all can't do this. And so let me see if I got this right. So Jay can't stand the host, but yet she was in the editing room for this season. Was she an editor? I mean, hang on. Let me pull up the clip, and this is what we're gonna do, class. Okay, this a midnight class. Okay, this online school. Okay, so class, we're gonna watch this clip, and y'all tell me if y'all see Jay's name in the credits as an editor. Here we go.
On the Never Ever Mets reunion, we'll find out if the couples who lasted are still going strong and if the others are looking for closure.
There was a lot of secrets in this house. Clay, is that sweat on your brow?
Wow. That's the gaslighting part.
That is gaslighting.
Mind your business. He slapped me in the ass so hard, my teeth clicked together.
You didn't say, oh, I like that. That feel good.
You are a soul that I would love to keep in my life.
I don't think I saw Jay.
I did not.
As an editor, this season on the Never Ever Mets. I mean, unless it's a silent partner, producer credit. I don't know, Gigi.
Listen, I wear glasses, and I know I didn't see it with or without them on.
That part. Child, I just can't. Dondi says Jared doesn't believe in monogamy. I think Terrence smart. I think Terrence Howard thinks he is smarter than he is. We also get to see Taronda's unique outfits, not unique in quotation marks, child. I wonder how much Taronda makes for doing this show. I'm sure she probably makes a per episode payment, because most hosts, unless you get to be a Jeff Probst, Julie Chen Moonves, or Phil Hogan, respectively Amazing Race, Big Brother, Survivor, or The Bachelor with Jesse Palmer, formerly Chris Harrison. Unless you get to that status where it's every season, you usually get paid per episode. Like even when Regis Philbin, he got paid per episode of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. But let's just say this. Taronda was on Empire, that put Fox on the map for scripted content. After that, she ain't going nowhere where she doesn't have to be. So obviously it must be enough to come back. Now, I'm not saying that to bullshit you, Dondi, everybody. I'm saying that because we will never know that unless they say it, and they don't say it because that's not our business. Which, you know, maybe Jay and Kiki and Jared can take a lesson and shut the fuck up sometimes. Child.
Right, but moving on, let's see what else they have to say.
I was told, and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna light this. I'm gonna light his ass up. Whole time, I love Kiki. What?
No, he had me cracking up with what was the fucking back somewhere? When we was in the car, and he was like, I don't know, Kiki like.
Brandon, yeah.
Oh, and another thing I want to touch on, that scene where they was like, you wasn't touching him or whatever. Tati, do you remember? I went to sleep on Brandon. Like, I'm all in his lap and everything in that scene. And y'all back, and I'm like, they cut all of that out. And it's like, oh, she don't want to be touched.
That shit was fucking hilarious to me. Like, I like the contrast was crazy to me. So we had a good time though. Like,
we did.
Yeah, I really am happy I got to meet like everybody, like all the cast and everything. It was way more good than that for sure.
Yeah. Maybe I am a little bit of a villain.
You think so?
Hang on. I just want to
Yeah.
make sure that we all
Maybe I
heard.
am a little bit of a villain.
This is where production is the parent, and they say, you know what? I'm not mad. I'm not disappointed. I'm just mentally tired. You were just blaming us. And then for you to say that maybe I am a little bit of a villain, Kiki. Gigi, you there? Oh my God, child.
Yeah, Kiki did. I was about to say something, but I was like, you know what? I'm not gonna be that mean. And I didn't mean it in a mean way, but when she's like, I think I might be a villain, I was like, yeah, you're the penguin from Batman.
Oh no! No!
And listen, I'm gonna say this now, it's not because of her size. But if anybody's ever watched Batman and the Penguin, then you'll understand.
You know, I didn't realize we went to Gotham City this season for any dates. Gigi, I had no idea. I didn't know that. I didn't know that this cast was in the DC universe. I had no idea.
Listen, sometimes I get a good feeling. Yeah.
Ooh, child. There is not a fast enough Batmobile to get away from this damn season of this fucking show. Roll it on. Good damn.
You think so?
I mean, this was my outlook on it, because I'm like, if y'all have that much footage showing me being horrible, I'm like, I really have to step back and be like, well, damn.
But the same with me though. They said when Sika finally took me on my day, oh, Jay can finally be feminine. Like, y'all like I was in the house doing push-ups and shit every fucking day.
Oh my God.
You know, I just imagine that the nieces and nephews, they just avoid Auntie Jay at family. Oh, you want to speak? No, that's okay. But you love her though, right? You forced me to love her. You know, it's like that scene, Mama and Daddy, when, you know, Lois Griffin has that pal to Meg's back and says, you better go say hi. That's my relationship. Because y'all.
Hold on. You should not have paused it right there, because that face. And like you said, she one of them aunties where, like, you like, your cousin's like, hey, yo, you know, Grady having a party. Oh, that's cool. Who all gonna be there? You know, it's gonna be, you know, cousin Ray, Devin, Taylor, Auntie Jay. Oh, I ain't going.
That part.
Like, damn. And then they always try to get you to like reconsider. Like, no, look, she been cool. She really ain't been on no mess. I'm telling you, she ain't been tripping out lately. No. Listen, if she do, we can leave. We gonna leave it.
If you trip out, we're gonna leave. I promise.
And here's the gag: she hasn't done no mess with your ass.
Right? She don't mess with you because you the child of the brother that whoops her ass, so she know not to mess with you.
That part.
But the rest of the family, we are not safe.
That part right there. And by the way, y'all, I will say this, and we have said this many times over. I think that me and Gigi, along with our main man Q and Talk with Sly Dr. Lucha, I think we are some of the 4 best people when it comes to reviewing reality TV. And I don't just say that because of our dynamic. I don't say that because of how connected we are. I definitely don't just say that because we do what we do together. Sincerely, we give as much love, grace, and space as we can, because we know beyond this is just a space and time. And even Josh told y'all last week, after Gigi left, he was like, "No, you and Gigi, y'all have a vibe. It's cool in the gang in so many words, but also too, y'all take it for what it is. And we can't get mad at you because you're reviewing what you saw, but you also try to see us as well." And really, here's the gag: Kiki will get somebody before Jay keeps sinking. That's just being honest. So even though Gigi did that, let me tell you something. If On said, "Hey, Braylon and Gigi, who would y'all like to interview?" we would probably interview Kiki before Jay any day of the week. That ends in Y. And that's every motherfucking ass day. Because at least with Kiki, she's sweet. She has a disposition of she it takes her men to find her footing, but she will at least invest into the space. Child, we say if our existence moves wrong, Gigi, with Jay on the interview, oh my God. Excuse me, let me get some more. And what you need water for? What the fuck? I do allow you. Why I'm here? Okay. Gigi, how much? You should know how much time we got. Well, bitch.
Listen, our panel is open for interviews with any of them.
Yes.
Jay, Kiki, Tatiana, Clay, Chris, anybody who's on the show, if you feel like you want to grieve, air your grievances, you want to be heard, you feel like there's something that maybe you've heard us say that you feel like you want to, correct or come say, we are always open for conversation. Always. So you guys are listening. You guys can always come up anytime.
And let me tell you something. If you really want a good reference point, ask Aaron H, Diamond, Millie, and Josh. That should tell you everything. Because they were the cast that allowed y'all to have a shot. And they will tell y'all, we say what we say, but we also are very open-minded when you come to us for an interview. Because you took enough time, energy, and commitment to come over and at least, be with us. So we remember everything we said, but we also hear you out too. But in the same token that we hear you out, that don't mean that you can run from your shit either. Ciao.
That part, but moving on.
Yep.
Exactly. Yes, she did so much So, like, what y'all do? Just people breakfast, lunch, and dinner. She served her man like what's the.
Hey Jay, I'm not a woman. I'm a full grown ass man. But if you're feminine, you don't have to say. You just execute it. I mean, I could be wrong. I mean, I do have a grown ass woman here. Gigi, if you are a feminist or feminine, do real women say that, or do they just execute it? I could be completely wrong in my assessment.
I mean, I can only speak from personal experience. My femininity and my queendom shows all its own. I don't have to say nothing. I don't have to do nothing. When Beyonce said I woke up like this, I woke up like this.
Understood. Okay. Thank you, gorgeous. I just wanted to make sure because she really is self-projected of what she is not. Very loud. Okay. Hold on.
It's just women in the house. So
But
they
y'all think I'm a- y'all think I'm a-
say like, yeah, that she's alien.
So much to the
Y'all
point.
know that.
Exactly. Oh, he's sick of her being so now he want to see her feminine. Like,
Y'all, fun fact about Jay and her cooking. At first, I feel like I don't want to say all the women, but I know some of us was annoyed because it's like she cooking for the niggas all the time. And then I feel like once she started cooking for me, like once I realized that somebody was gonna cook for me if I just shut up, it became such a non-issue.
and y'all,
Such
when
a
I say we
non-issue.
had nice dinners, they didn't even show. We thought it was gonna be a lot of my cooking on the show, but it made some like I cook dinner every night. I'm like,
Y'all, I did cook a couple times, but for like me and Brandon. But I feel like, why would you need to when there was Jay?
and I enjoyed it. That's why there's a high time in the kitchen.
If we're being honest, the day that I didn't come down there, Jay had already told me that she was gonna help out.
Yeah,
So,
before
it
that
really
even
wasn't
happened, I'm like,
not
I'll help.
helping.
Exactly. I was literally said I will help. I ain't gonna
Okay, hold on. Can we
And I
pause
was
that part right
real
there?
helpful.
Let's pause that right there because I don't give a damn. If you are so called with this man and y'all came into this thing with the intentions of being together, working things out, and coming together as a couple, there's no way another woman should tell you, oh no, you don't have to do it. I'll help cook with your man. No.
That part.
No, ma'am, no ham, no turkey.
Yep.
I'll cook with him. I don't give a listen. Back could be hurting or not. I got a rollaway chair. I will roll my ass all through that damn kitchen.
That part.
You got to take a break, sit on the stool. But no. So for Jay to say, oh, it's okay because I told you it's okay, I got it even before all that happened. Jay, you shouldn't have said shit because one, it was already said when y'all went out during the activities that it was expected for couples to cook together.
Yes.
So why you talk about Brittany being bored and going around and, touching other men or being around other men, but yet it seems like you was opening yourself up almost the same way.
That part.
Because if it was really something like that, like you could have said, yo, Kiki, this is your man. This is a building exercise for y'all. This is something you should do. As a real woman, I'm not about to sit there and say, oh, no, you go ahead. As much as I love to cook, I'm going to cook with my man. But I'm not about to just excuse you and be like, oh, no, you go ahead and go lay down. Me and your man and cook together. No, because one, that's disrespectful to my man. As well as I feel like that's you being disrespectful to yours.
Right.
But the whole thing was this is a team building exercise.
Absolutely, without question. That would be like if if one of the men in the house said, "Hey, man, listen, I know that that you and I both like honey, ginger tea, and I know that your girl's been sick for most of the day. Do you mind if I make her a cup?" I'm like, bro, first of all, I appreciate it. I know you're trying to be a good friend, but she's my responsibility. Like I was going to do that anyway, but I appreciate you looking out. Now I will say there's a difference between looking out and doing what Jay did. Now, there's a homeboy that's like, hey, listen, Brian, I know that you have been trying to, take care of her all day long, and, you've been trying to relax and stuff. Do you mind if I, make the honey ginger tea for her and just let her know, like, hey, you just downstairs, you're just resting? That's a lookout to me. I could be completely wrong, but that's a lookout to me.
Or even better, instead of just making it individually, make it as a group, so it doesn't seem like you're just making it for that individual person.
That part. Yeah.
Okay, so if there's 4 people in the house that likes this honey ginger tea, okay, well, listen here. I'm about to make a pot of water. Here's the tea.
Correct.
Here's the cups. Here's everything. I'll put everything on the tray as if we're making hot chocolate. Here's everything right here. If you like this kind of tea, here you go. Here's different kind of teas. Here's coffee. If you want hot chocolate, here it is. We'll make this a group thing. Yep. I'm not going to individually separate it and say, is it okay if I take this to your person? Fuck no. I shouldn't even be wanting to know if it's okay. Unless it's one of those where we're all eating dinner.
Right.
I'm a female. She's a female. Okay. Hey, I see she's not feeling too good. You're eating. I'll go ahead and take her plate to her as a woman. But another man shouldn't be doing that.
You know what? I will agree with that. So, and see, this is why I love our dynamic, is because we don't always agree. I know it sounds like that, but that's what we call healthy communication faculties and skill sets. Some of y'all need to go back to school for that shit. Some of y'all, not all. But like I said, if it doesn't apply, let it fly. But if let it fly, must apply. But with that being said, Gigi saw my heart. And she saw my point of, if a homeboy was trying to do a lookout, that's not a bad thing. Because the context, but what Gigi did was she just added some super on my natural. She didn't say it wasn't a bad idea, because that's being a kind person. But she insulated it where you can still be kind, but it's still respectful. And that's what's lacking here with Jay. And what's going on here of, why are you stepping up to be somebody else's helpmate when that's what Kiki is supposed to do for Brandon, not you? Child, when the ones who aren't on TV don't have no sense, and the people who aren't on TV do have more sense than the people on TV, that's a sad state of affairs, child. Going on. And thank you, Gigi, for that, sincerely.
Oh, they didn't even show that. They did.
I used to love that. Like, so good. So good. So yeah, Jay was a great cook. She kept us fed. It was amazing.
Amazing.
And then that place that everybody was talking about, my little mountain of food, Jay cooked the flatbread when I was
yeah.
Breakfast.
Big stuff.
Wait,
what else we gotta pick? What else we gotta touch on? We don't want to say too much.
Like when Urban had gave Alicia like the tea and like the, did they show that part?
They did, but
so y'all had some tea going on in the house. You know what? Let's play. Let's roll on. I cannot. Jesus Christ.
We started bringing tea, and we was like, "What my tea?"
We was like, "Oh, that's a good man, Alicia." Like everybody was so blown away by that, and then it was Jay's idea.
Man,
that was so funny.
Wait, Kiki, there you go. People, you are a sweet anti-hero. You weren't a villain, but I think people were looking for you to be more accountable. What do you think about that?
Oh, thanks. Because y'all, when I tell y'all, I have been so distraught. Because I'm like, how do I become the villain? What? I got ADHD real bad. Like a squirrel to a nut. I don't know what was the question?
It's the honesty.
Y'all didn't have drama like season 1. Nigga, we was chilling. I know they put all the drama stuff.
Hang on. Wait a minute. Let me go back.
Y'all didn't have drama like season 1.
That's a lie. Maybe not as much drama as this season, but there was a whole DV situation.
I was about to say season 1 had drama. Season 2 had lies and deceits.
Yeah.
Okay. There's a difference.
Yes, very well done. Very well. Very well. And that's factual. There was drama season 1 because you had Sienna, you had that DV situation, you had Aaron Diamond and that sister-in-law. Ooh, Lord, that was a situation. So there was drama season 1. I don't know who the fuck said that in the live chat, but they were a dumbass because there was drama in season 1. But as you so articulately stated, as you often do, my friend, this season was full of lies. And Jay, you even said in the reunion and in that preview that we showed that there were a lot of secrets in this house. So, okay, child. That's wrong.
Nigga, we was chilling. I know they put all the drama stuff in the show, but 9 times out of 10 during that whole shooting, we were chilling. We wasn't all that. We wasn't doing all that every day. We was chilling, y'all. We was getting.
Were doing that every day, but the days that you were up, they captured what they captured, Jay. So it still aired, So okay.
And again, it wasn't that much. It wasn't like it was messy drama. It was more secrets and lies.
Yes.
Than anything.
Yes. Without question. Without damn question.
Y'all, I wish I would have saw how well everybody got along. Like
Exactly. It was not that.
The personalities in the house were like 10 out of 10.
Yeah, it was some funny people. It was just so many. It was fun. I would do it again, but
I would go as a single. Let me be fucking single. I would do a show, but I do not want to be attached to nobody. Like, let me roam and like pick who I want and switch up if the nigga switch up on me. Like, that's what I would want. Like, yeah, I don't want to be attached to nobody.
Yeah,
we'll be seeing Tatiana on Ready to Love.
About
that part. Actually, hang on.
I'm telling you, mark my words. Tatiana will end up on an episode, on a season of Ready to Love.
Hang on, let's see. No, I'm with you, beautiful. Let me see what state she's in. Riverdale, Georgia. So whenever it gets to Georgia, not Georgia, if it gets to Georgia, then we may see Tatiana on. And listen, if Chris could be on the Never Ever Mess, then Tatiana could be on Ready to Love. So, yes, indeed. Rolling on here.
the accountability thing, and like I said, watching the show back, it was some things that I was like, okay, maybe I was wrong here. But a lot of stuff, like I said, if y'all would have saw more, a lot of stuff I don't think I was wrong. And if I would have been able to tell my secret earlier, I definitely would have. Because I still don't think it was a big deal. Like, it's 4 years we never met. Like, it didn't become real to me until I could touch him. Once he became real, once I touched him, I was like, hold on. Hey. Hello. No.
Came out on Facebook. It says JD said how the fragrance I actually do.
What?
They talking about that fragrance. Yeah, I still got it. It was actually a nice date, y'all. Y'all talking about stuff I can't wait to talk about when we do our podcast. I'm not gonna say too much on this live because I know I want y'all to really. Wow.
Oh yeah, let me know if I'm talking too much because I
need y'all to subscribe to that YouTube channel though, and follow our Instagram page. Let me put it in the chat.
What do you guys? I'm driving. Yeah, I was gonna say put it in the chat so people can see it.
Is it underscore y'all?
I think
it's underscore Tisha.
Is it? It's a shame we don't
Yeah,
know.
so we're gonna have to find this out, and of course, you already know we're gonna be hopping over and seeing what's going on.
Oh yeah.
I think it's just regular 2 sugars, 1 shot.
Okay, 2 sugars. Hang on, let me see. 2 sugars. Hang on. 2 SUG sugars. Oh, wait, is this it? Yep, here it is here, y'all. 2 sugars, 1 shot, served hot every week. Kiki, Tati, and Jay from the Never Ever Met Season 2, LA, Atlanta, and Chicago. So they have their platforms there. Right here, their link tree. And like I said, we definitely will be over here. So here it is here. I'm going to subscribe right damn now. Right there. I'm about to send you it on Instagram. Because, child, this thing is going to be far from over. There we go. I just sent it to you, my friend. Oh, my Lord.
I hope so. Damn.
Okay, I'll subscribe to it once we end our live.
Okay, yeah, okay. Y'all, that's the thing. 2 sugars, 1 shot. Please go ahead and like it.
Yeah,
I mean,
please comment.
so the videos are coming. We gonna. I want y'all to send DMs to the 2 sugars, 1 shot or our pages. We answering questions on. I think our first video back to be Q&A, and then we can get into it.
Yeah.
What y'all think?
And y'all, it is so much that we get. Like, I promise, y'all won't be bored because it's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
You put 8 people in one house and take away all of their electronic entertainment. A lot.
Don't get messy. When people stop being polite and start getting real in this bitch.
Like, I promise you. And it was
like we could do a whole nother show with just B-roll.
Yeah. They need to put those. I hope they do some of. They even didn't even show some of the behind the scenes stuff they show us on the reunion. Like, it's so much they have in the vault. I want that footage because it's funny.
Girl, you're not gonna get it.
Not at all. and listen, after you said the host didn't really do shit, and you kind of talked about production, why would they give you any unseen footage to help y'all platform when you trash the platform that you're building a platform off of to talk about the show that you were on? Does that make sense?
Makes a lot of sense. So you want them to help you out, even though you talking mad trash about them.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, that makes all the sense in the world.
Well, y'all, I'm gonna go on back to these people in the backyard. I don't want to be rude to these people. Even, I have some manners. I know people don't think I have manners, but I have fucking manners.
Ooh, charming.
Well, okay. Well, thank you for ending your live. Now we're going to end ours. Jeez. Thanks.
Y'all make good day.
Okay, before we go though, what if Kiki's favorite thing was to rate shit like 1 out of 10? So Kiki, Never Ever Met Season 2. How many stars you giving it?
I would give it an 8 out of 10. Like 8 out of 10. Me on the show, but it was entertaining.
And there it is there. Shout out to our good friend Talk with Solana for that tea.
Yep.
Child, I will drop the link in the chat to their YouTube channel if you want to subscribe. So this is what it looks like here. 2 sugars, 1 shot right there. That's what they got. So, listen, I will definitely be listening because let me tell you something. This season 2 is not over. For the viewers, it's done. For the consumers, it's not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Just keeping a buck. They didn't need to criticize the show for clicks and hits. They should have been grateful for the opportunity. They're even giving the show an 8 out of 10. Well, that's Kiki giving it an 8 out of 10. We didn't get to hear Jay and Tatiana, but to your point, you are right though. Child, this has been a season.
Yeah.
Since they gave their rating, I guess we can give ours. Gigi, what do you rate this season? Considering everything.
You know what? Just you know what? I'm gonna be fair, and I'm gonna give it a 6.9. Yeah, let's say 6.9.
You know what? Hang on. Hang on, because I think Jay might have something to say on that. Hang on 1 second, real quick, because Jay just heard the 6.9, and she wants to say this real quick.
Well, y'all, I'm gonna go home back to these people in the backyard. I don't want to be rude to these people. You know, I have some manners. I know people don't think I have manners, but I have fucking manners.
Well,
okay, now just because of that, I'm gonna take it down to a 6.7. Let's deduct some more. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, I hope you've been at a 6.9.
See, this is why it's good to have a co-host that understands your flow.
Yeah.
All in good fun, everybody. You know what? I'll say this. I will give it a 6.5. I'm gonna tell you why. I'm giving it a 6.5 for the fact that, for one, they did do a season 2 that did generate some buzz. Mm-hmm. But I'm also giving it a 6.5 because of the mental hell that we had to go through. Okay.
Yeah.
Sincere.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah.
So that's where I'm at with it. It wasn't good, it wasn't bad, but everybody's thankful it's over. You know what I mean? And you know, if I gave it an extra point for a 6.6, that's because we got a reunion finally, but it still is at 6.5 because it should have been more than just that one part. Because child, there was a lot left out. A lot that was left out.
A lot,
child,
yeah.
I feel like this was part 2 of the reunion, for real.
You know what? Yes. And we've actually did a 2-part reunion because we've been on for 4.5 hours almost.
Yes.
So we have done a 2-part reunion on top of the reunion they did.
That part. So 5-hour reunion, damn it. Listen.
Yeah. Listen, we thank y'all for rocking with us because y'all have been here with us.
Yes, you have.
And we appreciate you. We love you guys. Yes. Even though, and this is crazy, even though this season's over, Ready to Love's coming back in August.
August 1st at 8/7 Central. You would think,
but we will still be here.
Yes, you would think after this, next Friday, Ready to Love. No.
Right.
Oh, what are you doing to us? Why?
Right. And Donna D, I agree. I hope next season does not do a copycat and everyone comes in with lies and secrets. Yes. If we can actually get couples who are really wanting to be in relationships and really wanting to love, this would be great.
And like I said, the concept is so good. You don't have to have any lies or secrets to make the show good. The premise is good by itself. 7 couples who have never met before in real life take their virtual connection in real life to see if it works. What extra sauce do you need?
Right. Donna D gives it a 7 because there were just too many secrets and lies. And you are welcome for the review.
Yes,
we are always here. And even though the shows are spaced out, we're still going to be here because the content does not sleep And us as content creators, we do not sleep on the content. So we will continue to be here. We will continue giving you reviews, updates, and just making sure that you are aware of everything that's going on in media and entertainment.
And let me say this too. You know, this season of doing the Never Ever Mets, for those of you who don't know, Gigi is a content creator. Things, you know, happen to her. That is her story to tell. But let me tell you something. To be able to reunite with one of the best people on the planet, so loving, so kind.
Oh, thank you so much.
Forward thinking, to recognize that she is a home girl, but she is also a full grown woman, and she can take my randomness, my deep reflections from time to time, but also my boldness with a little, well, you know, I don't like Popeyes, from time to time, and love me through anything and everything of this thing called life. I could not have done this with a better partner than Gigi Nine, and I believe her career and her life and whatever she wants is going to be bigger than what she can conceive, and I love her very much.
I thank you for that, and I love you back, and I appreciate this journey, because we've been on this journey together for going on 2 years now.
Yes.
So you know, as you said, couldn't pick a better person. We started out, you know, we were doing Love and Marriage Huntsville, and it has definitely expanded. But one thing is we were never just Love and Marriage Huntsville. We've always been into full content and entertainment and media, the behind the scenes, the in front of the cameras, the things that you know when you don't know. We've always been willing to share that, and it's great to have someone else who actually understands media just as much as I do and can actually give game just as, you know, as well. It's an honor knowing you. It's a blessing even being able to call you a friend and a brother. And you know, we are rocking till the wheels fall off, and we'll continue to do reviews, recaps, and one day we're going to be doing our lives, because you know, you're going to come out here to Cali, and you know,
damn right, it's going to be a great damn time.
Right. And for those who don't know, just like Braylon said, I did have some things happen, which I am going to do basically a story time to let everyone know. If you have been following me, I do have my other channel, A Queen's Tea with Gigi Nan. You can always subscribe to that channel as well. This is my new channel that I've had to make because of the setback that I went through, but this is Tea with the Queen. So just a little twist on words, but make sure you guys like, share, comment, and subscribe to both of our channels, because we do this for you. Without you guys, there really wouldn't be us, you know, we'd just be here just talking to air. So we appreciate you. Hit that notification bell on both of our channels so that you are up to date whenever we post, we go live, or just if we want to just say hi to you guys. So for now, this is going to be the end of the season and the review for the Never Ever Met season 2. We are looking forward to season 3.
Yes.
But I can't wait. But until then, make sure you guys just, you know, stay with us, because we're not going anywhere. Even though the show's over, we're still here.
Oh, listen, soon as that first episode dropped. The way we dragged them tonight, damn it, another dragger or motherfucking zation will be going down, okay? Listen.
Absolutely. So this is going to be it for us tonight, you guys. One love, all love. And we will see y'all back here again. And also, for those who are like us, for our people, Juneteenth just passed. Happy Juneteenth. Happy freedom. Just make sure that we stay, you know, positive, and we continue to work on being truly free.
Yes.
So, good night, everybody.
All right, love you, my friends.
All right, much love. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, y'all. Dondi, good night and good morning to you, my friend. Y'all know we always end this thing with a daily motivator. Woo! What a season this has been right here. There is power in meeting people. I think that's going to be the daily motivator for this one. There is power in meeting people. There is power in meeting people. There is power in meeting people. The first thing I will say to you is no one knows the end of a story, but everybody knows the beginning of a story. What do I mean by that? You do not know how you will navigate being a character in your own story. But what you do know is that you start your story. So if you want to know how it's going to end, make sure you care about your beginning. That's the first thing I'll tell you about is there's power in meeting people. The second thing I'll tell you about there's power in meeting people is that you will only be ever able to understand success by failing. Everybody in life has been a failure, including some YouTubers who are just existing and being one-trick ponies, and they ain't got nothing else to do with themselves because they can't be anything else for the world, let alone themselves. And other people on social media, but that's neither here nor there. But child, listen, it doesn't apply, let it fly, but if you let it fly, it must apply. But sincerely, when I tell you that when I think about the goodness of what we can do, it fuels me to know that regardless of what may come my way, I don't have to be who people say I am. I don't have to give in to what society wants to say about us. So the second thing I'll tell you about, there is power in meeting people. There is power in recognizing the magnitude of being with people that deserve to be with you. That's the second thing I'll tell you. Finally, the third thing in there's power in meeting people. As the fireworks are going off behind us, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, indeed. Is that, listen, just because this experience is done doesn't mean you don't need to sit with the weight of that experience. A lot of times the reasons why we fail in other experiences moving forward is because we don't sit down and take the time to reflect. So there is power in meeting people, of recognizing we can just sit down and reflect. Maybe the tools that we've been looking for, we've had them the whole time. And with that being said, everybody, it's time for the best outro on YouTube. To Dondi, to Nikki News or Narcissism, Justine Bell, who said that, Linnell Stiller, to everybody that came through tonight. Thank you all so much. Of course, that is my girl, Queen C with GG9 and a Queen and a T with the Queen, GG9. For sure, like, comment, share, subscribe to both our channels and mine as well. Also subscribe to Vault Culture as well, the backup channel for sure. With that being said, it's time for the best outro on YouTube. Know what you do and do what you know. Never say you want more special, because you are always one of blessed and trust. You may not be where you want to be, but by the end of it, you'll be where you need to be. Do what you've been chosen to do. Why is one thing to call yourself? It's another thing to be chosen. One love, much love, all love. We have spent time with you. You have spent time with us. And hopefully by spending time together, we'll also be great together. And always remember, where you're doing radio, television, YouTube, living your best life, or child, you just recognizing that as long as you ain't got Alicia or Jared in your life, you are blessed than most. Make sure the replay is not just ready for you to watch it, not just ready for you to listen to it, but for you want to experience it again. I love you. I value, I embrace y'all. Always remember, receive love, you gotta give it, receive love, you gotta give it, receive love, you gotta give it. Whatever obstacles you overcome, whatever success you have achieved upon this particular day, we are extremely proud of you, but no one else is proud of you. Be proud of your damn self. And finally, y'all, like you said, Dondi, hopefully everyone comes in without lies and secrets. Even if people come into our lives with lies and secrets, guess what? That's not our problem. That's theirs. And recognize this: when people are unleashing on you, just know the energy that they're giving to you is really a reflection of how broken they are of their damn self. Like I said, if it doesn't apply, let it fly. But if you let it fly, it must apply. Commercial break and fireworks coming your way for the day that was, for the day that's to come, and for the blessings on the way for you, me, all of us, as a society, as a people, as a culture. We feel the love, and we send it right back to you. And by the way, to our main man Q and Talk with Solana, we love you, we value, we embrace you all too. You are some of the best people in the world. Being a part of this panel, that's not enough ways to say thank you. So love you both as well. Love all of y'all. Have a wonderful morning. By the way, before I head out, got something big for y'all on tomorrow night. Very, very excited here for this one here. So there's been a rumor about potentially Universal making a cruise line. I have found a piece of tea that I need the theme park fans to know about. So be here for this tomorrow night, 6 p.m. Y'all know I normally don't go live on Sundays, but child, wait till you see and hear and embrace and have the chance to take in this tea. Ooh, it's going to be a good one. One love, much love, all love. I feel the love. We feel the love. And we're sending it right back to you. Good night, everybody. Love you all. Good morning. Good afternoon based on your location. Love you all. Bye-bye.
I thought I should tell you they've been talking about you. Yeah, they've been talking about you. They've been talking about the fact that they've done everything they could to stop you and everything they could to block you, but you still win. They've been talking about the fact that they have undermined your success and they have tried to sabotage your seasons, but you keep winning. They've been talking about the fact that even though they don't like each other, they get together to try to kill you, but you keep winning. They've been talking about the fact that you were voted least likely to succeed, but like cream, you keep rising to the top. They've been talking about how they tried to burn your world down, but like the phoenix, you rose from the ashes. They've been talking about you. And you know what they say? Oh, she's just lucky. He's just lucky. But no, you ain't lucky. You're anointed. You got something on you. You got favor on you. You got power on you. You were born to win. Now they can call it luck, but it's grace. They can call it luck, but it's favor. But whatever they call it, it doesn't matter, because you know what God calls you? Do you know what God calls you? A winner. I thought I should tell you they've been talking about you. Yeah, they've been talking about you. They've been talking about the fact that they've done everything they could to stop you and everything they could to block you, but you still win. They've been talking about the fact that they have undermined your success and they have tried to sabotage your seasons, but you keep winning. They've been talking about the fact that even though they don't like each other, they get together to try to kill you, but you keep winning. They've been talking about the fact that you were voted least likely to succeed, but like cream, you keep rising to the top. They've been talking about how they tried to burn your world down, but like the phoenix, you rose from the ashes. They've been talking about you. And you know what they say? Oh, she's just lucky. He's just lucky. But no, you ain't lucky. You're anointed. You got something on you. You got favor on you. You got power on you. You were born to win. Now they can call it luck, but it's grace. They can call it luck, but it's favor. But whatever they call it, it doesn't matter, because you know what God calls you? Do you know what God calls you? A winner. I thought I should tell you they've been talking about you. Yeah, they've been talking about you. They've been talking about the fact that they've done everything they could to stop you and everything they could to block you, but you still win. They've been talking about the fact that they have undermined your success and they have tried to sabotage your seasons, but you keep winning. They've been talking about the fact that even though they don't like each other, they get together to try to kill you, but you keep winning. They've been talking about the fact that you were voted least likely to succeed, but like cream, you keep rising to the top. They've been talking about how they tried to burn your world down, but like the phoenix, you rose from the ashes. They've been talking about you. And you know what they say? Oh, she's just lucky. He's just lucky. But no, you ain't lucky. You're anointed. You got something on you. You got favor on you. You got power on you. You were born to win. Now they can call it luck, but it's grace. They can call it luck, but it's favor. But whatever they call it, it doesn't matter, because you know what God calls you? Do you know what God calls you? A winner.
Good evening. My name is Mark Woodbury. I'm the chairman and CEO of Universal Destinations and Experiences. Well, we're finally here. Tomorrow we begin a new chapter at Universal Orlando Resort as we open Epic Universe. We built this place for you. I want to thank you, our fans, for your love of our stories, characters, and immersive experiences that inspired this incredible place. Epic Universe represents over 8 years of meticulous planning, immense creativity, and innovation, combined with unmatched craftsmanship and operational excellence on the part of thousands of people who have brought to life the stories and characters that live beyond each of Epic's portals. But it represents so much more. Your love of Universal and the deep connections we've shared together here in Orlando over the past 30 years inspired us to dream bigger and to push the boundaries to create something extraordinary for you and for generations of fans and families to come. And tomorrow, as we open Epic Universe, I can't wait for you to experience this place for yourself. Now it's your turn to step inside, to lose yourself, and to share this place with the ones you love most. As we open this park, we hope your world becomes a little more epic. Tomorrow, Epic Universe becomes yours.
Prepare for a journey beyond imagination, beyond belief, beyond anything you've experienced before. Universal Epic Universe, a new theme park where you'll step through extraordinary portals to 5 immersive worlds. Prepare for a cosmic voyage of discovery, an isle of fire-breathing excitement, a shadowy world of monsters and mystery, new wonders in the wizarding world, and a new way to play. Plus the splendor of a magnificent resort hotel overlooking the park. It's all new excitement at Universal Orlando Resort. A week's worth of vacation thrills with 4 amazing theme parks, a variety of spectacular themed hotels, and incredible dining and entertainment. It's all at Universal Orlando Resort, where you'll find new adventures every day. Explore the astonishing worlds of Universal Epic Universe at Universal Orlando Resort.